Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my distinct honor to welcome you all to the third International Student Leaders Meeting on Sustainability in 2025. This global event brings together student leaders and their lecturers from around the world to collaborate on pressing sustainability challenges. We are privileged to be joined by esteemed speakers whose work has had a significant impact in the fields of renewable energy, sustainability, and higher education strategy. And we also welcome those who follow us on YouTube. It is our special honor to welcome Professor Zoltán Kónya, Vice Rector for Scientific Affairs and Innovation, University of Szeged. Professor Ildikó Csóka, Director General for Strategy, University of Szeged. Professor Gábor Szabó, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Foundation for the University of Szeged. Please welcome our honorable guest representing UI GreenMetric, Professor Riri Fitri Seri, Chairperson, and Dr. Yunaidi, Vice Chair of Communication and Partnership. Finally, please welcome the coordinator of this event, Dr. Dénes Mátyás from University of Szeged. Honorable guest, we ask Professor Zoltán Kónya, Vice Rector for Scientific Affairs and Innovation, University of Szeged.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Yesterday we already met, and I told you the secret that my speech is written by others. And I have another speech, and I will not read this. Yesterday we discussed that you are at the University of Szeged. Yesterday we discussed that University of Szeged is the best Hungarian university. We are in the top 3% in any ranking of the world. And actually in the UI metric, it's even better. We are on the 75th place in the world, and we hope that we can learn a lot to even improve this position. So, but this is another story. It's not for today. Also, I told you stories about Katalin Karikó, who is our alumna and the Nobel Prize laureate. Probably everybody knows her name. She was the one who discovered the mRNA technology, and at the age of the COVID-19, it was a very useful tool to save some lives. And also, I told you Professor Albert Szent-Györgyi, who was our first Nobel laureate in 1937. He was invited the vitamin C, and actually the Szent-Györgyi Krebs cycle, if somebody is familiar in biochemistry. So this is the third student meeting on sustainability, and nowadays it's a really funny thing to chat the AI on anything actually. I don't know if anyone is trying it in regular manner. It's a funny thing to chat and asking the AI what is his or her, I don't know, his her opinion about the future or the present or whatever. So the very logical question: what is sustainability? Everybody knows here in the room. So sustainability, it has three pillars: on the environmental, the economic, and the social. Everybody knows this, and there are sub-pillars, of course. There are some cross-disciplinary pillars as well. I mean, between the legs. This is also well known. So you can see that so many things are given by the AI. And then I asked the AI. Oh yeah, of course. Every second line is education. This is very important. That's why we are here actually. Because in the sustainability, of course, we know that what is sustainability, how to handle it, what should we do. But the basic point is that the education. we have to educate people to teach them how we should live, which is a kind of strange thing, but this is the way to make sustainability actually alive. I asked the AI that what is the connection between sustainability and future, and the AI said that sustainability is the future, which is also kind of logical answer. You know, there is a Hungarian song that if you have stupid questions, that you will have stupid answers. But in this case, it's reverse. So I mean that if you have very good questions, that's what I had, then this is a very good answer, that sustainability is really a future. And I asked also that what shall we do? And this is really funny because this is actually everybody knows what we should do, just not too many people is doing that. It's very simple things, that clean your flat, don't put separate the different things, and these kind of things. I mean that you can see that there are I don't know how many in the lines, and this is everything is logical. So why we are not doing that? So this is the very simple question, and I think this is why we are here, and that's why the education is very important, and that's why this kind of conferences are very important. So hopefully you all have best practices, what you can share with the others. And as yesterday I mentioned, the conference, any kind of conference, the most important is this getting together and discussing things personally. The COVID-19 just kind of break the conference laws, let's say, because the online conferences just came to life, and personally I hate online conferences. You are at home or in your office talking to the monitor. This is kind of, okay, this is sometimes you have to do this, because if your partner is in the States and in Indonesia, for example, I mean that it's quite logical to come to Hungary, but not every day. But this is very important to do this, just meet personally, discuss personally, share the ideas, share the best practices, and I hope that this conference will be a very fruitful conference for all of you. We are very proud at the University of Szeged that we can have this conference here, and I wish you success in the conference and in your personal and scientific life. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Zoltán Kónya. Now please welcome on stage Professor Gábor Szabó, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Foundation for University of Szeged.
Good morning, everyone. It's a big honor for me to address this conference. Actually, the whole issue is really not new for me, because for some time, for actually 8 years, I have been the rector of the University of Szeged, and this was at the time when we started to be listed on the GreenMetrics back in 2016 or 15 or something. And actually, I always felt that it is important. I have to tell you that I'm not a fan of rankings. Most of them is simply stupid. Especially, I am joining the increasing number of university leaders who say that these general rankings do much more harm than benefit. Simply because academic achievements or the academic offer or performance of a university is much more complex. You cannot measure it by one parameter. But you do normally, you actually substitute all the values with one, also in itself badly measured indicator, and this is some kind of wizardry with scientometrics, which in itself makes no sense, by the way. The GreenMetrics, on the other hand, is a much more sensible thing because it measures one dimension. You can measure one dimension. You cannot measure the quality of a university, because there are no universities that can offer the same level in each and every dimension, which is important for judging a university. But this metrics actually measures one dimension which could be measured. So it's very, it's really much more meaningful than these general rankings. The other issue which is quite important, that this dimension is pretty important because of two reasons. One is that, as everybody knows, sustainability is really a very important issue. I wonder whether Professor Konya has received any non-trivial answer from the AI, because what you have actually listed, this is the trivialities. So sometimes this is what happens. The AI is a wonderful tool to list all the trivial things that humankind put together. And you don't expect original ideas from AI. But anyway, sustainability is really very important, and it is especially important at universities because, as Zoltán mentioned, there is no question that education is important, but there is an additional question which could be partially answered. Zoltán asked, we know what to do, so why don't we do it? The answer is, and especially this is very important for those of us who are professors at the universities, there is one thing that you cannot tell your students: be sustainable, and don't look at me. You will be only credible if you say, be sustainable like me. You cannot teach students telling them to do something. You can, of course, show an example. And this is also I'm a professor of physics. It's also, you are actually the most important tool that you can use in your academic life is the example. Be together with your students. They have to understand how you are thinking, and maybe they can benefit from it. So this is very important, that we are universities, and we have to actually also show and not only tell or speak about sustainability. The other aspect, which is in my eyes, is at least as important as that, that the problems of today definitely have no solution without science. We don't even understand what is around us. There is a very, very dangerous recent development in the world. These poor kids in the high school are totally misled by the media, and they believe that if you shout on the street loudly, that is a solution. It's no matter what you shout, be loud. I am very sorry to say that loudness never really helped to solve any problems. You have to appreciate this very complex system where we are living, and even if you appreciate, you don't yet know the solution, but you have already done a very big step forward. But this could only be done with science, using the scientific method. And this is the other responsibility of our universities, that we also surely have to lead the way for society to offer scientific solutions to the problems. And actually, just if you allow me one closing comment, coming closer to the place where we are, there are quite a few very serious interdisciplinary initiatives at our university, because this region of the country, by the way, I definitely don't follow it, because you are not perhaps directly face it, but it is now clear scientifically that the most vulnerable part, or one of the most vulnerable parts of Europe concerning climate change is the Carpathian Basin. It is a kind of a focal spot of all the changes. So if Europe will suffer, first we will suffer. And especially, even within this a small focal spot, there is an area which is even worse, and this is us here in this region. There is a very serious desertification process going on, pretty well developed. I don't want to, well, I cannot look into the future. I don't have my crystal globe ball, but in 10, 15 years, I would not be surprised if you came back and you would see camels around. This is not, I mean, I'm serious because this is exactly a research area where our Faculty of Agriculture started to seriously consider how can we actually kind of develop the method for the region, for the farmers in the region, for the adaptation. And unfortunately or fortunately, depending how you look at it, we could learn many things from the past, but in the past, our predecessors have really gathered experience that we have to consider. But the problem is that the speed of climate change, I always teach my students normally not the actual value is interesting, but the derivative, the sign and the size. So the change is which is important. Which direction you have the change and how fast the change is. Actually, there is one thing absolutely clear, and you cannot argue that the globe has never seen such a speed in climate change. There were in the past much higher temperatures and lower temperatures, whatever, a couple of degrees more or less. What there is no scientific evidence. Actually, there is scientific evidence that there was never such a fast change, and this is again the danger. The biosphere is really sturdy enough to adapt to changes that take enough time. If you give time, then biology will do the job. But if you don't give time, then biology is not an answer. And if you don't give time, even past experience is not the answer. So our responsibility here at the university to really explore what to do and try to help in this adaptation in the people around us. So sustainability, trying to measure ourselves, how sustainable and how, green is a problem for me because people have said so many stupid things in the name of greenness that I'm kind of cautious to use this concept. But anyway, I think I'm in a fortunate position because all of you know what I'm speaking about. And therefore, I only want to wish a successful meeting and conference, and I'm absolutely convinced about what Zoltán said, that the main important thing of these conferences is to come together, look into each other's eyes and share ideas. Yes, if you have no other choice, then you can use, of course, the online methods. But it is like, well, making love online is not quite the same, the full story. So anyway, you are here, you meet, you can discuss, share ideas. So I wish you a successful conference and a happy stay in Szeged. And surely you are welcome anytime in the future if you come back. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Szabó. Finally, we ask Professor Iri Fitri-Sari, Chairperson of UI GreenMetric, to deliver her welcome speech.
Good morning, everyone. After last night, after wonderful dinner last night, I'm sure that you are now fresh as I do, because I'm very happy. I have not been like this for like 3 months, because meeting all of the students with a lot of energy last night and this morning, it's just like a wonderful meeting that I love. Dear students, esteemed university leaders, Professor Gabor Zabo, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the University of Szeged, and also Professor Zoltan Konya, the Vice Rector for Scientific Affairs and Innovation, and also now my very close friend, Professor Soka, Director General of First Strategy. Thank you so much for the very warm welcome here for all of us. And also particularly thank to Dr. Dennis Matias, the Deputy Director for Sustainability of Directorate for Strategic Management of Szeged University. I would like also to thank Hungarian Green University Network, chaired by Dr. Tunde, because I know that you successfully invite many speakers from different universities. I'm not sure if Dr. Tamas Gal is already here from University of Szeged, maybe this afternoon. Dr. Shava Janaki from University of Szeged. And Professor Zoltan Bachmosi from Institute of Ecological Economic, and also from this university, and also Dr. Joseph Maleth, thank you so much. And also Dr. Hiswan Sishak from University of Szeged, and also Head of Office for Dr. Levente Horvath, Dr. Katalin Asfani, Head of Department for Sustainability, and also other speakers from other university. Today I meet one lecturer from Esther Hazy Karoli Catholic University. I'm sure you're here this morning, Dr. Suza Piscotti Kovac. And also other speakers from Corvinus University, from Budapest University of Economic, and other speakers from Faculty of Agriculture of University of Szeged. Anyway, first of all, I would like to thank University of Szeged for having us today. 64 passionate students leader and 24 dedicated lecturers representing 26 universities from every corner of the world. I'm not sure if Antony Pena is here. Antony, can you? Yeah, you are from Chimborazo, right? The Riobamba. I really remember I went there, and it is the highest mountain in the world. So you can ask him what's happening to our mountains now. Yeah, climate change and everything, how it is. And also we have friends from Amazon River, I'm sure, today. Also, or from Indonesia. Yeah, you're from Amazon. Yeah. And many different parts of the world, from Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and from Taiwan also, from all over the world. So you have another 40, 50 hours to make friends. And I'm sure that from your motivation letter that we have selected, you are all the A-star students. So please give a big applause to all of you here. And these are the university participating here. We thank the university leaders from those universities to make it possible for you to come here, and also to your parents, because without them, you cannot start with your journey to lead the world towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future. Many of you wrote about that, and it's time for leadership now, for the student leaders to show your voices in campus and starting to be the architect of tomorrow's world. So you will hear many speakers today, and you will also discuss many things today. And you know that last night I told you that we are in the turbulence time in which we have this kind of protectionism and reciprocal tariffs and everything. But ensuring the no one left behind is something that we have to do. Whatever happens, because we learned from the COVID-19 that we cannot live if one of us having trouble. I'm very happy that some friends from Ukraine, any of you here, please give them a big applause. 21 hours train, to come here, and you arrive safely to show that even from Palestine, they still try to report their campuses in a very bad situation. So anything that we do, we keep up with our work. And remember that Madam Teresa said that if we sweep out the front of our doors, all the world will be a safe, clean place. So we start from that. And I'm sure that from now on, today we will try to prepare ourselves. And we all look forward for a very stimulating discussion, very inspiring discussion that you are going to have together today. Once again, welcome, and thank you very much for coming here, and we are very proud of you. Thank you.
Professor Riri Fitri Sari would like to give the gift to our representative of the University of Szeged, Professor Konya, please.
Katalin Kariko is the Nobel Prize winner from this university, and only two. And I saw last night Professor Konya show the pictures when she stood up on top of the university or in front of everyone, and we have to celebrate silence. Thank you.
And I would like to welcome the representatives of the sustainability platform, the Hungarian universities who are representing today in the GreenMetric Conference. So, namely Corvinus University of Budapest, Budapest University of Economics and Business, University of Pannonia, Esterházy Károly Catholic University, and University of Pécs. Thank you, you are here today. Thank you all for the opening speeches. It is with great respect and appreciation that I introduce our keynote speakers. Please welcome on stage Dr. Csaba Janáky, Director of the National Laboratory for Renewable Energy, who will share his insights in a presentation titled Renewable Energy, Myth, Hype, and Reality.
Thank you. I'm gonna walk. You can hear me, everybody, right? Yes. Okay, thank you. So welcome, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here. And before I get started, I would like to convey the greetings from Minister Csaba Lantos and Secretary Csaba Gondola, who is, I'm not sure I need it. So Secretary for Circular Economy and Climate Policy. They are all welcoming this meeting, and it's just a coincidence that our name is all Csaba. So our minister is Csaba, our secretary is Csaba, I'm also Csaba. It doesn't mean that you need to be Csaba to deal with energy. In Hungary, it's more a coincidence. So indeed, I mean, many things were said before by the speakers, and I agree with both Professor Konya and Sabo in terms of simplicity and complexity. And actually that will be one of the core themes of this talk, that if we think about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, what we see is that just separately each of them looks rather simple, but the whole picture together is very complex. Because these are not topics which can be handled separately. They are all intertwined with each other. If we do some action in one field, that will affect other fields. And yesterday when I was finalizing this presentation, focusing on energy and renewable energy specifically, I thought, okay, I will start with sustainability or Sustainable Development Goal 7, which has to do with energy. But then it was immediate that, okay, this has to do with climate, this has to do with industry, this has to do with land use, so with all other aspects of these Sustainable Development Goals. So complexity is really coming from the fact that all these parameters are intervened. But still, this talk is going to focus on energy, renewable energy, what is going on, whether it's going to really save us or it's just some greenwashing, or what is the current status. So I try to give some data and put those data into context for all of you. So if we think about the global energy consumption, we all know that since the Industrial Revolution, and especially since the beginning of the 1900s, we have been witnessing an ever-accelerating pace of growth in the energy use. And if you think about it, this is associated with both the growth in population as well as the growth in the per capita use of energy. So these two together result in this very fast use. And of course, there were some key enabling resources for this growth, namely initially coal, then oil, and then in the latest decades, natural gas. So this looks like, okay, we have the resources for this growth, we have the resources for this. But then the question comes, okay, what is going to happen in the future, and how this trend will continue? And then comes the difficult question whether is there any development, or is there any high human development index or level without electricity use? So can there be a society which is not consuming huge amounts of energy per capita, but is still a developed society? The question is not trivial, because if you think at the most developed countries nowadays, they are all in this top right corner, meaning that they have both high energy consumption and high development index. And if you think about the developing countries, they are using much less energy per capita. And the question is whether their trajectory will be something arriving here, which is both high development and relatively low energy use, or they will end up on this top right corner, having large electricity use while being developed. This is clearly not sustainable, whatever we do. So what we really should think about to reach somewhere around here. And so what is the problem with this energy use from fossil fuels? That's something we also know. And if you note that this is a different figure than what was on the previous slide, but it looks very similar. The previous one was the energy use, and this is the CO2 emission. And if you would overlap the two, they would more or less overlap, and you see this giant increase in CO2 emission during the last 8 decades. And if we think or check how this affects the concentration of CO2 in the air, then we'll start this animation. And what you see here is that the pre-industrial level is somewhere around 270 ppm, so parts per million in the air. And as we progress with time, we see the increase of this CO2 concentration in the air. There is a fluctuation always between summer and winter, so that those are the spikes every year, but overall the trend is very clear. Someone can say, yeah, sure, but this is like the past few decades. This doesn't tell much about historic numbers, but that's where we can go back and we can analyze the composition of the ice cap around the North Pole, and it can be determined what was the CO2 concentration beforehand. And we can go back many, many years, not only a few thousand years, but we can go back hundreds of thousands of years. We can go back with these analyses something like 800 or 700,000 years. And from this data, there are at least 2 important conclusions. One is that, of course, there have been fluctuations in the CO2 concentration in the air before, and this was related to ice ages and global warming periods in the past. But this fluctuation was happening between the 200 and 300 ppm concentration in the air. The current offshoot of this scale, or the current growth, started from the top. So it's not like another cycle within this regime, but this offshoot is starting from 300 ppm. And the other thing, what Professor Szabó just said, that the pace of increase of this CO2 concentration, or in other words, the slope of these rise curves is very different. It's orders of magnitude higher, the slope in this latest increase. And I'm not a climate scientist, but climate scientists predict different scenarios, how this CO2 concentration and the increased greenhouse gas emission is affecting the global average temperature. And so now this is an old slide in a sense that this is data from 2019 from an IPCC report. Now we have already reached this 1.5 degree Celsius temperature increase compared to the pre-industrial levels. And if we follow the current trajectory, that's the very high emission trajectory. That's the bad news. So that's where we are now. And that will lead to temperature increases which have effects which we could not imagine before. So clearly we need action. And so if we analyze what kind of action we can have, we should first check where greenhouse gas emission is coming from, so that we'll have a chance to decrease it. And this is, I really like this page, this Our Word in Our Data, because you can find a lot of data about everything, and it's very reliable. The other question is how you interpret data. Because once somebody looks at this plot, could get the false impression that, okay, 75% has to do with energy, and if somebody associates energy with building heating, let's say, then it's a wrong conclusion. Because if you look into depth, you see that energy in industry, 25%, energy in transport, 16%, and basically what many people or most people associate with energy is the heating, so energy for buildings, whether commercial or residential, maybe residential, that's about 10% of the story. It's not negligible, it's important, but if we check everything, we really need to see that there are many different types of sectors, even within this energy, which needs to be tackled if we want to deal with CO2 emission. And there are, for example, concentrated CO2 emission sources. This is a figure about Hungary, showing emitters which represent something like 30% of Hungary's CO2 emission in total, only 20 sites, power plants, chemical plants, fertilizer, steel, cement factories. So we have really localized sources where we can take action, and I will show a few examples what kind of actions can be taken in this case. Okay, but then the title of the talk was renewables, what to do with renewables, why we talk about renewables. Two things. It's an abundant source of energy. So if we think about the global energy consumption, that's that circle, we see that even from non-renewable sources, we have abundant. So when I was in elementary school, the textbook said that, okay, we need renewable energy because we'll run out of oil and gas in like 30 years. Even now, textbooks say that we'll run out in 30 years, like 30 years after. If we do a simple math here, it's more than 30 years. So that's one message. The other message is that we have renewables abundant to cover our needs. The big circle is solar energy, but even others like wind, biomass, hydro have a relatively large value compared to what we consume globally. So there is room. The other thing why we talk about renewables and in the context with CO2 is because they're low CO2 footprint. And what I mean by low CO2 footprint, if we check what is the CO2 emission associated with the generation of 1 kilowatt hour power energy, then what we see that the lowest numbers are for the renewables and nuclear. So these have by far the lowest number. So this means that there is a true decarbonization or greenhouse gas emission decrease potential in renewables because there is abundant and their footprint is low, which means that they have the potential. And in fact, this is happening. So the global PV capacity has surpassed this 1.5 terawatt with an exponential growth curve. And if we check who are the pioneers in the field. You can see that Europe was really pioneering between 2010 and 2015. But during the past decade, other countries, China, United States, India, started to accelerate their deployment even faster. And just to zoom in on the other figure, what this increasing deployment results is a drastic decrease in the levelized cost of electricity generated by renewables. So for example, for solar, there was a decrease in 10 years by a factor of 8 or 10. And right now, solar and wind are the cheapest source of energy. And what is the result of this? So if we check the world's global electricity production in last year, what we can see that it's about 40% of the electricity globally is generated by renewable sources, with an increasing share of solar and wind. And these figures, again, can be very misleading because one could say that, okay, hydro and nuclear are decreasing, but these are shares, and the global energy production is increasing. So even these decreasing trends, if this would be absolute value, would be increasing values. So it's actually a very good sign that within an increasing pie, there is an increasing share of clean energy sources. And so, just a quiz question, and anybody has an idea can answer. So what do you think, which country had the highest share of solar energy in its electricity mix in 2024? Nope. One more guess? Nope, it's Hungary. So 25% of the Hungarian electricity in 2024 was generated by solar energy. The second is Spain with 21%. Actually, it's a very surprising development, even to us, because until like 2016, there was only, sorry for the Hungarian part, but until 2016, there was basically very limited amount of built-in PV capacity. And since 2016, we see a very rapid growth in the developed capacities. And now we have 7.5 gigawatt electricity generating capacity with solar PV. Just to put this into context, this is more than the total consumption of the Hungarian electricity system. So in spring and summer hours, there can be a situation that we are generating more PV-based electricity than the complete electricity consumption of the country. So it's, of course, this poses challenges as well, because there is a mismatch between the supply and the demand. So there are times when we have a lot of energy supply, but unfortunately that's not overlapping with the demand. Typically there is higher demand in the morning and in the afternoon, and there is typically with solar, for example, there is higher production during the day. And so with this, we have challenges within a day. We also have the few weeks challenges, and in Europe it's very well known. It's called those periods where you don't have wind and solar for 1 or 2 weeks. That's a disaster, and then we have very high electricity prices. And then we have also seasonal storage issues, because typically in the spring and in the summer we have more renewables than in the winter, so we really need to store over seasons as well. And just to have some fresh data, so this is from yesterday, that's yesterday and the day before yesterday, the Hungarian electricity mix. So for example, here we had around 60% of the electricity coming from solar during the daytime, and we were exporting quite substantial amount of electricity to the neighboring countries. That's what you see under the zero line. Those times when we were generating a lot of PV. And not surprisingly, we are at a market that's also reflected in the price. So those, unfortunately, during those hours when we have a lot of electricity, also other countries have a lot of electricity around us, so we can't really sell that electricity at a high price. In fact, in certain times, there is a negative electricity price, so we are exporting substantial amount of electricity to neighboring countries, and we are paying them to take that electricity. That does not sound like a good business model, which means that there is a whole new wave of economic development around these green technologies, and renewable energy is just one of that. How to bypass this issue that we generate power and we can't sell it, and on the other hand we pay huge prices when we don't have that power. And because of this is one reason why a lot of economists say that the current economic macro cycle, which is also called Kondratyev cycle, which just started in the last decade, has to do with sustainability, renewable energy, and green transition. So beyond a moral, social responsibility angle, this will be also a real business opportunity in the coming decades. But of course, as I mentioned, there are problems. There are at least two problems which I want to talk about. One is energy storage. It was already mentioned that the generation and the use is not necessarily overlapping. We need to store energy for short time, like few hours, few days, few months, few years, small amounts, large amounts. And the message here is that there is no single magic bullet. So for different purposes, you need different technologies. If you want to store small amounts of energy for a short period of time, you have supercaps. And for example, if you want to store very large amounts for very long time, then you need chemical storage. And that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about now. And when I say chemical storage, meaning converting electricity to high energy density chemicals like hydrogen or liquid hydrocarbons. Or oxygen is like methanol and ethanol. The second problem is that everything cannot be electrified. If we think about industrial emissions, that's the top line, and if we think about mobility, that's the bottom line. Of course, we should electrify, we should increase energy efficiency, but there are many, many things, many different industries, and also mobility-related issues. If you think about aviation or maritime transport, which cannot be electrified, you would need to put more batteries onto the cargo ship than the cargo itself. So we really need different solutions. And that's another area where R&D has to play a key role. And what the examples which I would like to show has to do with hydrogen and the utilization of CO2. There is a European initiative called Synergy, which is overseeing all those research and development needs which are needed to use renewable electricity and renewable sources, or abundantly available sources like nitrogen, CO2, and hydrogen to build up the whole economy. Whether we are talking about food, we are talking about transportation, or we are talking about chemicals and materials for ourselves. So this is a complex value chain, a lot of different issues, but the good news is it's possible, just it has to be done in a way that it will be also economically feasible. And yeah, I don't want to go into very much details, but what we do at this Hungarian National Laboratory for Renewable Energy is we would like to go a little bit outside the laboratory. So those who are still at a university and doing research thesis work, for example, and you go to the lab and do some chemical experiments, for example, then you will be most likely doing some fundamental research, maybe translating it to a little more application-oriented research. But we really need to move on because large corporations are already interested in this part of the picture where the technology readiness level is high enough to be close to the market. So we need to really bridge this intermediate part of the scale. So we need to demonstrate these technologies already outside the lab, and that's what our national laboratory is aiming to do. And so you will visit ELI tomorrow, as far as I know, or some of you will visit this laser research center next to the city. And this is where we have this energy innovation test station with some solar panels which are tracking the sun. And then we had the first containerized technology arriving last year for energy conversion, and then the next one also second half of last year. And then we had a nice opening ceremony last summer. You recognize some of these gentlemen here cutting the ribbon together with Minister Lantos. when we inaugurated this test facility. And just to say a few words what we would like to test here and what we do here and why we do it. So as I've shown in the picture, it's not only a cartoon anymore, but it's up and running, but it's easier to explain on the cartoon. So we have this, solar PV. Here what we are studying is how this can work in the most efficient way by tracking the sun, how to predict not only based on astronomical data, but also the actual cloudiness of the sky, how the solar panels should face the sun to get the most power out of it. Then we have a container here where we are testing a second life of batteries once they are removed from cars, because their performance is not enough anymore to work in a car. But for an installed application where the energy density is not that important because there is space, it doesn't matter if it's heavy, it can be used still for stationary applications. And that's what we are studying here, how it can work together with this PV farm. Then the next container is the so-called power-to-gas container, where we use this electricity generated by this solar farm to generate high-energy gas molecules like hydrogen or carbon monoxide, store them, and then in the next container convert them to liquid fuels. So use CO2, either from point sources or from the air, and the hydrogen which is generated in the container next to it, and form either for road mobility, and there we are working with Audi, or for aviation fuel production. And so why is this important? Why do we want to convert CO2 to something? This could have been another quiz question, but now I'm telling the answer that for each and every of you, 70% of the nitrogen atoms in your body are coming from the Haber-Bosch process. Haber-Bosch process is a process where ammonia is synthesized from hydrogen and nitrogen. And then from that ammonia, fertilizers are made, and fertilizers are used to boost the growth of crops. So in all technological agriculture, so in all modern societies, the ratio of the nitrogen atoms is over 70% coming from these fertilizers, from the Haber-Bosch process. Why we need this? Because of course natural nitrogen fixation is slow, so the nature simply cannot sustain the population we have on Earth. And actually this article from Nature Geoscience about 15 years ago is very eye-opening, that basically the very rapid growth of the population very nicely overlaps with the time when Haber-Bosch process was industrialized. So basically the Haber-Bosch process, the industrial synthesis of fertilizers, allowed humanity to grow to that level where we are by providing the necessary food. And we can argue whether it's good or not, but it's a fact. So I really believe that the Haber-Bosch process was the most important chemical or technological process of the 20th century. And I really believe that we are at a similar stage now, just with another reaction, not nitrogen fixation, but CO2 fixation. So nature can fix CO2, it's called photosynthesis. It's a very inefficient process, but nature was never inspired to make that process efficient, because we have the 300, or we had the 300 ppm CO2 in the air, and that was the feedstock what nature was able to work with. And with that feedstock, photosynthesis is efficient. But if we talk about industrial feedstocks, higher or concentrated feedstocks, then photosynthesis is not efficient. And if we capture CO2, we can convert it to many different products, food, chemicals, materials, fuels, because we need carbon. I mean, I don't like people saying we need to decarbonize our society. If I look around here, I see carbon everywhere. And if once we'll see the table with our food, it also has the carbon. So it's not about decarbonizing, it's about defossilizing our activities. The World Economic Forum says that by 2050, we need to capture and utilize 11 gigatons of CO2 annually. Now the overall emission is around 40 gigatons. So we need to capture and convert 25% to have a fully circular carbon economy. And that's something which the G20 countries approved and endorsed 4 years ago, to have a circular carbon economy concept. But there is a lot to do in that direction. And my last slide, or concluding slide, is about how can we decrease then CO2 emission. And again, the answer is complexity. So there is no one technology which will do it all. We will have to do many different things. So avoid demand, so we don't need to use AC all the time and have very high heating. Technology performance improvement, electrification, bioenergy, more renewables, hydrogen, CO2 conversion will all have their share in this picture. And this is another image from BASF, where they also acknowledge that everything cannot be done just by process and energy optimization and more renewables. We really need also new technologies, and that's where all the young people's contribution, I think, is essential and most welcome. And I don't like quotations, because you can find quotations for everything, but I like this one here. This is from Albert St. Georgi, the Nobel laureate of our university. One of his quotations, that life is nothing but an electron looking for a place to rest. So I believe that once we generate those electrons with all these renewable energy technologies, and we'll find their best place to rest, whether that being hydrogen or some CO2 derived product or some food, then we'll have a good chance for a sustainable economy. And with this, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Yanaki. Now I invite Dr. Yunaidi, Vice Chair of Program Communication and Partnership and UI GreenMetric, to give his speech on building a greener future, the role of students in sustainability.
Very good morning, everybody. Okay, it's very nice to be here with all young, excited students from 27 countries. So, as Dr. Janaki mentions, that climate change is with us, and it's very important to deal with it. And also, Professor Gabor mentions about the ranking. Actually, we have a reason why we use the word ranking, Professor Zabor. It's not really ranking actually, but it's a metric, for the university to transform themselves to be more sustainable. And as we all know, it's quite challenging to translate that to university policy. So that's why we create this metric in order to help many universities around the world to be one day they will be sustainable. So that's the idea. So if Dr. Janaki talks about energy and so on, I will touch another aspect that is about the students. But first, I will explain a little bit about what is the GreenMetric, and to give you a context about what we are doing and why you are here this morning and for the next 2 days. So as you know, the GreenMetric is one of the ranking in the world, and in fact it is the first one, the first world university ranking on sustainability 5 years before the SDGs in 2010. So we continue. So as Professor Rabel mentioned, yes, we focus mainly on the sustainability of aspect of the university. For the past 15 years or 14 years, we see that there is an increased awareness of sustainability. It's getting more and more important. Parents ask about the university whether you are doing sustainability before their children choose that university. So we see there is an increase on that awareness. Unfortunately, if you talk about the business and so on, I think it's not yet the mainstream. So this is the challenge that we need to see. So yes, we focus mainly on the sustainability, and we do hope that by doing the questionnaire of the GreenMetric, the university would set an example to their students and to the academic community, hopefully to the society, because you walk the talk. You practice. It's not only theory, but you really practice it. And we hope that the student can see, around you. Hope you don't take things for granted, but you can see why they have this recycle plan, do the 3R and so on. So, and then with the hope that in the future, when you become our future leaders, you take sustainability into account. So let me continue a little bit. So we see an increase of the universities. So in the GreenMetric, from time to time, we started with 95 universities in 35 countries. Now our member is 1,477 universities in 95 countries. So you can imagine that the metric has been recognized as a useful tool for university to transform themselves to be more sustainable. So this is if you like, the power of change if we do this, together. So we have 1,477 universities in 95 countries. Imagine we have 24,755,466 students, in the network, and 6,717,470 faculty members. So you just imagine if all of us work together towards sustainability, so we can have a bigger impact on sustainability. So not only to discuss the policy, in the COP and so on, but we do the real action. Next, so GreenMetric methodology is pretty simple. We use a very user-friendly for the university to complete the questionnaire. So we ask about certain infrastructure, energy, waste, water, transportation, education, and research. So your university will reflect or will report what they do on the 6 criteria. And there are, of course, the indicators for this criteria. Now, we try to synthesize the SDGs and with the GreenMetric, with the hope that by doing the questionnaire in the GreenMetric, you are also doing the SDGs. So it's not only the government who are doing the SDG, we at the university should also contribute to the effort. Right. So as you can see here, there are different SDGs here. And our theme this year is doing SDGs in higher education and also in our society. And this is the story of how we do it. And of course, in this meeting, we will hear different stories, your stories, from 27 countries. So hopefully, these stories will be told to your friends, to your universities, so that we can have an impact. So regarding your role as a student in the GreenMetric questionnaire, we have several questions related to the students. So these are the role of you we ask in the questionnaire of the GreenMetric. So for example, we ask about electricity usage, also to carbon footprint. In the waste, we have 2 questions. So which later I will tell you about what students in different universities are doing, and then the water conservation, recycling, and then also total number of vehicles and so on. So if I may ask, how many of you here drive your car or your motorcycle to campus? Not? Okay. All right. Okay. So not many. So yes, I think in a country like Indonesia, it is quite challenging. You know, people prefer to use a motorcycle or cars. That's why the Uber or Bolt here are very popular, because we are too lazy to go down the metro and so on. So we just, if possible, in front of our room, the car will take us. But I think in the university we also ask, because it's related to the carbon footprint, and then we also ask questions about activities organized by student organizations. That's why your role would be very important, and also community services related to sustainability involving students. So students are very important in the university. Not many universities, I'm sorry to say, that are very active on this issue and work together with their university management. Let me continue. So in the GreenMetric itself, we have the three thematic priority. So we hope that we can shape global higher education and research on sustainability, and we hope that we can create global sustainability leaders. And that is the reason why you are here. So we organized the International Student Leaders Meeting in order to give you a forum where you can exchange your ideas, bring your perspective, and hopefully you can create another perspective by yourself. And then we are also partnering on solution to sustainability challenges. So we encourage our member universities to work together in different way so that we can spread this message. Let me continue. Okay. Now let me continue with the question. So as a student, what are your role? First, I think you need to understand the importance of sustainability. So it's a big word, but maybe the students, not all of you, really understand what sustainability is, right? So I think quoting from the the common definitions, basically the idea of sustainability is consuming or using what we have now without forgetting the needs of other generation. So, so I think that is a very important points that you can be involved and active in implementing sustainability, and also participate in driving sustainability on your campus or in your community. So I think for the next 2 days, we will hear lots of stories, what you do in your university. Next, these are the example of what students do in different countries. So for example, this one, you can arrange car, motorbike free day, and then you can use a bicycle or vehicles. I understand that it should also it depends on the context, like maybe in Siberia you cannot ride bicycle, or maybe in the hilly mountain in Ecuador you cannot ride bicycle, but maybe you need like a flying fox maybe. And next, this is the education about air pollution to the children. And I think this is very important, the children. So as student, you can also go to your community and then discuss with the student. And then this is campaigns, seminar, workshop, and then influencers. Maybe some of you are content creators, so You know, nowadays generation, so you can go to your Instagram, TikTok live, and so on, and then spread this message about sustainability. Next, you can collaborate with your local government, research institution to find concrete solutions. So I think the students have a very important role, and I think we at the university should give more room for discussions with the student. Next. So this is another activity, Student Zero Waste Market in Ireland. They do that, and this is the garden. So every Monday they sell, you know, from their urban farming, the vegetables, and then this is planting tree. I think Dennis is arranging one, so we will plant the trees here. And then education activity in the community, clean water infrastructure, and so on. So unlike maybe in Europe where everything is, the system is already there, in many developing countries, the water infrastructure is a challenging one. So I think the university can play a role there. Let me continue. Yes, so this is in Mexico. They do the recycling, reforestation, and so on. So students are doing a lot of things actually for the community and the environment. This is in Germany, Dirt Away project. So basically they collect the trash. So imagine maybe one day, if possible, all the members, the 24 million students, on one day move around their city and clean the garbage, maybe. So that would be impressive. Yeah. Next, we have the Farm Fridays, green roof cleaning, and sustainable campus tour. So I think this is a good idea for you. Let me continue. Oops. Okay, so this is beach cleaning, you know. Nowadays, like in the Pacific, you can see a big island of plastic in the middle of the ocean, actually. And then it's very difficult. Some research shows that, you know, the microplastic is in our body because we eat the fish. So, so this could be the challenge. And then there is also a research that this is about, you know, the developing and the developed country as well, that the garbage of the developed countries are transported to the developing countries and so on. So for this could be a good business, but then the environment harmful. Okay, next, collaborative storytelling. You can see this is in Taiwan, so they do this game with the student. So let me continue. This is another activity that we do, the online course. And Zagat University is participating, Page University, Prof. Tadeu from Sao Paulo is also here. So you can see they are collaborative effort that we create courses. And I always quote Professor Tadeu that this online course is the first in the galaxy. Why? Because the course is, the participants come from 7 universities in 7 countries. The professors are from 7 countries. And then they are online with different time zones. So in the project, the final project, student must be from different country. So we hope that you hear different perspective from different country, but by the end of the course, you have your own perspective on SDG. Okay, now let me continue. This is another example that we do at the university. In fact, last year we had a record, Indonesian record. It's like a Guinness record, but it is Indonesian version. So where 46 universities in the country pour the eco-enzyme Are you familiar with ecoenzyme? Ecoenzyme is like, you know, the skin of the fruits. So you put it with the molasses, with the sugar, and then you ferment it for 3 months. And then you have like a enzyme, and then you use the enzyme. It works like a catalyst to purify the water. You can use it for mopping, even for your skincare. So we do it last year, and then we got this record. Okay, let me continue. And this is another meeting that we do it. This is the third one. We also do it in Indonesia as well. So the different universities are hosting this. So let me continue. And this is what they do. This is in last year. So we have Bukhara State University hosting. So this is what we're going to do. So last year we planted special trees in the desert in Bukhara in Uzbekistan. So I think you know, planting trees, reforestation of the desert seems unimaginable, but I think they do that in China with the Gobi Desert, and it works. So let me continue. Oops, sorry. Finally, dear students, we have this quiz. If you don't mind, so scan that. You have 5 minutes to answer about the GreenMetric. We have special prizes prepared for you. The professor, if you don't mind, you can also participate. Let us let us test your sustainable literacy. No AI, please. 2 more minutes. Okay, 1 more minute, please. And our participants in the live streaming can also participate, of course. So for your information, we are broadcast worldwide through YouTube streaming as well. So not only us who participate, but also students and lecturers around the world. Okay, 30 seconds. So Jauzak will tell us the result of your answers. So we'll pick 10 participants to get the special prize we prepared. It took 17 hours to bring this prize to you. Are you ready? Okay, so Jauzak, if you could come, then we'll announce.
Banyak yang 100 Pak, tapi dari 11 ke atas. Iya, udah Pak. Dari
Okay, so please come forward. I'm going to announce. Whoa, everybody is very good. You got 100, so if you are lucky on the list, then you get the prize. So Ibrahim Moshood from University of Agriculture. Oh, Krakow, in Krakow. Okay, Poland. Next, Kanaya Putri from Indonesia. Next one, Zafar from Bukhara State University. Next, Aisha Adan from Zagreb. Next, Mate Kovacs from Corvinus University of Budapest. Next, Davut Dovletov from Turkmen Agricultural University. Our friend, Professor Tadeu from Brazil. Next, Iswaran, University Putra Malaysia. Next, Savinas Kaus from UPN. Oh, one more. Therapat Sri P. Bon from Mahidol University. So congratulations to the winner of the quiz.
lagi ada sebenarnya.
Just to be ready with the rain. Maybe one quick photo. Professor Zabo. Professor Zabo.
Everyone in the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, and 3.
Maybe the rest of the participants also here and in the back so that we can photo together, please. Quick one. Sorry, please.
Okay, this is official.
Thank you.
You want to? Okay. Later.
So one final word from me. So in conclusions, so the students are very, very important, of course, in our effort to be more sustainable. So we are looking forward to hear more stories about you as the students, and we even more looking forward to hear stories from you if you graduate from your university. Hope you will be in the news in whatever walks of life you are going to be. But please remember that we only have one planet, so we should take care of them, the planet, not only for our generation, but our next generation to come, our children, our grandchildren. So we are connected. So no man is an island, says John Donne, the English poet. So what happened in Hungary will affect Indonesia, Turkmenistan, or Sao Paulo. What happened in US will affect everybody. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Yunaidi, for your speech and the special game that you organized. Now let me ask Professor Ildikó Csóka, Director General for Strategy at the University of Szeged, to take the stage. The title of her speech is Responses to Global Challenges at the University of Szeged.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues here, dear students, my role as a host university here is just to give a short impression about our university and what are our efforts to contribute to these sustainability efforts here in Szeged. First of all, and I will speed up my presentation to have time for questions and answers, and to keep the time for you to have a photo and to have a lunch together in peace. The first word it came into my mind when I was listening to Professor Szabó's speech, that continuity is one of the most important things when you link something to sustainability. To be sustainable, you have to keep some continuity. As an organization, as a University of Szeged, as it was mentioned, almost from the beginning of this ranking, ranking on GreenMetrics, we started at University of Szeged. So from 2010, we started our efforts on joining and achievements at the university, which are also the indicators, the key performance indicators in the GreenMetric. So these 15 years of journey, this is what we are here at this stage. Some slides were prepared by my colleagues, so I will show you these slides. We are a comprehensive university and are a typical, as we characterize ourselves, to be an interdisciplinary educational and research university, because with the 12 faculties, we have a healthcare center named by Albert Sengerier. We have almost all the educational fields here and all levels at the University of Szeged. So it's a very wide community, and very fruitful cooperations are among the students and the partners and researchers of the university. We keep ourselves and we say about ourselves that we are a fourth generation university, which they have many indicators what makes you to be second, third, or fourth generation in this scale and this metrics. But what I will point out, it was to be working in ecosystem, because you cannot achieve any result alone on a way, but you need partners, you need collaborators in it. So a fourth generation university, among other special aspects, the most important keyword is to work and to live in ecosystem. This ecosystem gives the possibility to work and to put, as it was mentioned by Professor Yanaki Csaba in her speech, to take ideas, research ideas to the public, to the market, for the industry. So it's not good only just to have ideas and circulate ideas among each other, but we need partners to scale up and to reach it to the society. According to the National Smart Specialization Strategy from the 2021 to 27, we are called as a knowledge area within Hungary, here in Szeged, this area, because the highest percentage of the highly educated persons live this part of this land. And we are called as a knowledge center. The university works as a center for innovation ecosystem here, territorial innovation platform, and also regional directorate for the Hungarian Association for Innovation works here in very close collaboration with the university. What else to mention? 4 missions what we have here. The first mission, or maybe, okay, there are dilemmas. According to my view, research is the first mission. So if you are good and if you are excellent in research, then you will be a very good higher educational institution in education. If you have fresh knowledge and you follow the state of the art, then you will become a good higher educational institution. And also third mission is one of our most important part, and also healthcare for the inhabitants of the South Plain region of Hungary here. What about the responses? Together with our group, with Dénes Mátyás and also Anikó Gősi, we have a small group working in a central office, in the rector's office, on sustainability issues and evaluating the indicators and doing research on it. We summarized it in 3 activities, and I'm going to show it very shortly, these activities. So we do believe that our responsive, there can be in 3 points, on 3 pillars. Partnerships, which is very important and also linked together with ecosystem working, awareness and adaptive organization, which is a close connection with resiliency, which is also a keyword in case of sustainability. Also, we are a very close collaboration with WHO, which they use the term of permacrisis. When you think about on the term, what does that mean, permacrisis? That means that you always have to be resilient and also to keep on and work in partnerships and think globally and act locally where you are. Exploiting knowledge, as we are a knowledge center, this is the 3rd pillar where we think that we can give, as a higher educational institution here in Hungary, to give answers to these sustainability challenges here. Partnerships. Some very fruitful collaborations. I want to show you what we have here at University of Szeged. First of all, we are partners and we are members of the European University Association, and many activities we share with them. We are part of the SG Group University Network, which are focusing on internationalization, on academic collaboration and mobility, and also transfer of knowledge. So the key issues now we are facing at higher educational institutions. We also signed together with almost 1,000 universities the Magna Carta Observatory. So more and more universities, and I'm sure your universities are also signing this, or if not, please do it, showing and connecting to the values, what we do believe as a universities, as higher educational institutions. We are a part in a consortium of UGLO, the European University Alliance for Global Health. I will have another slide about it, but it's very important to be at 9 universities joined together in a global health issues and working together on those challenges which we are facing for, and mainly for one health reason, and not only just human health, but animal health, plant health, and global things. We are part of UGLO Joint Research and Innovation Action, and also European Food Safety Authority, and we have almost 600 partner university through Erasmus partnerships. And also there is a map there showing our collaborating institutions all over the world, which you see it's quite nice and wide. These are the partners for the UGLO partners. We have here in Szeged University around 25,000 students, but within this partnership we have more than 200,000 students here. So if you join to one of these universities, you will be a part of these 9 universities, because our alliance is based on student mobility. So the aim of this alliance is to have a free movement and accept credits in between the universities. So if you make a credit, a course, and one of these universities, it's automatically accepted at the other one, which is a great thing, I think, because this mobility will give an international experience for our students, and not to stay only in their countries, but to have an experience in another one, and then come back and use the knowledge at home, which is, I think, the greatest thing which can happen with the young people, to learn abroad and then come back and use it for the society, for the home society, for the homeland. We are on the platform of Coursera. Coursera platform is the biggest online platform. Some of you are nodding, so you know the platform. We are a part of this Coursera platform, which is also a great thing for us as a Central European country to be on it. And our international students, 1/5 of our student population are international students. So more than 5,000 students are here at the Szeged as international students from more than 150 countries. So we are very proud of this community, as this was also mentioned by Professor Konya yesterday evening. So this Coursera is very important. Then what else do we have here? Yes, ISLMS, also Professor Sabo is the head of ISLMS Research Center here. You are going to visit tomorrow. This is the brain of our science park, because ISLMS Research Institute is surrounded by the science park of Szeged. So you will see also some new buildings and under constructions of the many other buildings around the ISLMS Research Center. About the awareness and the organization operation. I'm not speaking here about geothermal energy and the solar parks, but I'm speaking about the culture, the organizational culture, because I think these 15 years of working and thinking or behaving or acting as sustainable, responsible organization, I think this became a part of our culture. And this is very important, I think, that not only at personal level in lifestyle, to be coherent with yourself and coherent in your activities and your daily activities, but also as an organization. A coherent person will build an organization which will be also coherent and sustainable. So all this, we use this figure and we put our activities to which part of these sustainable goals they belong to, and evaluate it year by year here. Yes, some recent emergencies as tasks. Professor Kariko Katalin was mentioned many times here, but also when the COVID crisis was, it was very interesting to see, not only interesting, but really heart, with a good feeling in our heart, how our students jumped and they went to screening, and we worked together as a whole community, as a family here. And also when the crisis in Ukraine started, also many students came from Ukraine here to University of Szeged, so we could offer them accommodation, and also they could join to our faculties, and they could join to learn. What else we have? Yes, about the healthcare center, we have more than 30 clinics here. The whole South Plain region of Hungary is here in our healthcare services. We offer healthcare services for the whole South Plain region here, which gives also us a great opportunity to work on clinical studies, on healthcare research issues as well. Yes, as a green university, we have many activities here. And the third one, exploring the knowledge, which is our main task as a higher educational institutions. And almost 10 years ago, when we defined and we started to focus on research on the excellence areas, we started to search where we are good or in which we are good on, and then to focus our researchers. So now we can say that in translational medicine, pharmaceutical research, applied mathematics, smart system, material science and photonics, biology and environmental sciences, according to CIVAL, which you all, I think you know the system, that means that our research activities, they are focusing on these main 5 territories. And what you can see from this illustration, the more centric the bubble is, the more interdisciplinary the research is. So as I mentioned when I started the presentation, interdisciplinarity is one of the characteristics of University of Szeged, having these 12 faculties. So it's very quick to make a research group from an engineer, an IT, a biologist, and a physician or a pharmacist, and they can have this view from different disciplines to meet a challenge or to solve a problem coming from the society or from any industrial partners here. We formed also, this is an organizational point of view, we formed an excellence center for innovation, for research and innovation, and we made scientific clusters from the research groups at the university. So our research groups, they do not work separately in different disciplines and or they work doing basic research, but it becomes to innovation, when it becomes to a potential of an innovation on patenting, then we collect them and we put them to build synergies between the similar research group, and we make clusters from them. So this research center, this excellence center works in our university, and with Professor Konya Zoltán, we are organizing and he's heading this excellence center, and my role is to give the management support, the science management, the innovation management, and project management support to these excellence research group. So we formed, according to Pareto theory, so the performance of an organization or the 20 or 80% of the performance is given by 20% of people. So here are the 20% of people giving the 80% of performance of the university. I think as an organizational innovation, it's a great thing, and I didn't see any example here in Hungary anymore. I'm closing soon. Yeah, this is the structure. It's not interesting. It's quite complicated, but if we have a topic, I will explain it. Here is the Science Park of Szeged. Here you are going to visit. And about the third mission and social responsibility, I only want to show here Danish here because last year we could we went through an international accreditation. This is the accreditation in the University of Szeged became Hungary's first accredited engaged university. We are very proud of it. This is an accreditation and council for engagement and entrepreneurship. And we went for dual accreditation, and we got last year the engaged university accreditation, and now we are working on entrepreneurial university accreditation, hopefully get. According to the global impact, there are publications and the fields of science. We are in life on land and good health and well-being. These are excellent and above the average what we achieved results here. And these are our rankings positions. Being globally the 75th in GreenMetric, it's quite good if I see the increasing number of participants. So keeping the position is not too bad here. So thank you very much for your attention. Yes, many times we cite Albert Szent-Györgyi, but I think that this citation is also very important. So discovery consists of looking at the same thing as everyone else, but then thinking something different. So you are young, never believe if somebody is telling you that you cannot do it, but behave like others that you didn't hear it. So do it and think differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Csoka, for your insights on institution strategies. And now I invite the audience to ask their questions about the keynote speeches. If you have questions, please raise your hand so that our assistants can give the microphones to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ibrahim, representing the University of Agriculture in Krakow. My question is directed to Dr. Shaba Janaki from the National Lab for Renewable Energy. So yeah, during your presentation, you mentioned, you gave us very insightful information about renewable energy and the sources and how we can store them and use them. So my question is, are there no conflicts of interest with respect to the other aspects of human activities and economic activities like food production, sustainable cities, life on land, life on water? For example, we know that there is like an increase in the production of solar panels, and these solar panels cover wide portion or wide space or wide areas of land. And these lands or these spaces, on the other hand, can be used for other purposes like agricultural purpose and the other. So I would like you to please shed more light on that. Thank you.
Come back the afternoon, but if one of the professors wants to answer, you can do it, but he's having now an online meeting presently.
Surely, what you said, this is absolutely relevant because solar panels per se are not so extremely efficient. So really have to cover a pretty big piece of land to have electricity, enough electricity. Therefore, I think that the most important thing is that you have to have networks. Solar panels alone will never really do the job. The only thing you can do, combine solar, wind, and also there are surely other sources you cannot give up, like gas. I have seen a very interesting slide a couple of weeks ago, which actually showed us that two scenarios. You actually increase the proportion of real renewables, meaning solar and wind, with and the gas consumption, with and without development of the network. So practically, if you don't have a network and you cannot really control the system such that you switch in different modalities and match the need and the supply, then there will be actually an increasing demand on gas. So it's funny, but if you add too much solar and wind, without developing the network, you will end up consuming more gas because you need gas to balance the inequalities, which also Csaba actually showed that, I mean, this problem is that you have to do something. And this is, of course, the other issue here is a storage of energy. So I don't think that there is a single solution, and definitely you cannot say buy practically unlimited amount of solar and that will do the job. Definitely is not the case. And surely it is very important to have, to try to avoid land use. You will visit tomorrow the Laser Research Center, which is actually my home base. And we are now doing a 5 megawatt solar project, part of which will go above the parking lots. we have a small lake, and we actually let part of the solar panels float on the lake. Just to use the minimum amount, we still have to use some green areas, but we want to minimize the amount of green that we finally use. I think that's more or less what everybody has to consider. And yes, there has to be a logical limit. You just cannot cover half of the globe with PVs.
Just one more example. Sometimes it can be even useful to put solar panels. There is in Denmark there is a really nice example. Actually, in Europe it's forbidden to keep poultry outside because of the bird flu. But if you put solar cells and you keep the poultry under the solar cells, then you just cover some 70% of the land. So it means that it's allowed to keep poultry there. So there are possibilities to combine agriculture, food production with solar cells, but definitely this is not the aim to just cover the all over the world with solar panels. It's for sure. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I have a question because when I see all the presentations, I don't feel really represented in there because I'm from Venezuela, from Latin America, and I think the sustainability no is only about the electricity. All of phone or technology system here, for example, in Europe and in everywhere, need the natural resources. And for Latin America is a difficult point in general because in many parts of our countries, many indigenous need to be careful because many companies go to our countries to come our resources and take it and destroy our Amazonia and many places. And I think if we can't, if we don't speak about who we can change that, we can do the sustainability in any part of the world, because in Latin America, in another parts of Africa too, the people suffer this kind of situations, and I think this also important to talk in this kind of places, because the sustainability is not only for the energy, it's also for the people. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Abdulaziz. I'm a representative of Bukhara State University from Uzbekistan. So I have a very short and quick questions. So first, we implemented, 2 years ago we implemented solar panels in our campus, and nowadays we covered our 28.5% of our energy. So it's manageable to achieve 100% renewable energy. It's my first question. And the second question is, I know it's very the important thing is balancing. Without the balance, it's kind of not necessary thing we can build. So how do you balance your renewable power fluctuations? It's my second question. Thanks.
Before I'm becoming a renewable expert, yeah, sure, we have started also here. This building was actually the center of the whole initiative when we started this, and we became part of the GreenMetric as well. This was the first building where we put solar panels on top of the building. Practically, I don't think that it is possible to power the whole system exclusively out of renewables. Actually, what you can do, you can try to combine potential storage potential, but this will increase the price. So you have to always consider you have this amount of money, then you have to try to kind of share it between the solar panel itself and the storage capacity, because there is always an optimum. Because if you gain 1 hour, it's already a gain in the evening when energy becomes scarce. So this I don't think even that you would like to have a goal to cover 100% of your energy out of renewables, because this simply will make it extremely expensive. Theoretically or technically it would be possible, but at a very prohibitive price. So this might not be. I mean, as a university administrator at the time, when we did this solar stuff, we had to consider also economic aspects. We were not. Universities never have enough money. So we really had to use what we had and try to combine, especially, for instance, in this building, we also combine heat production out of wastewater. So there are you always have to consider different modalities which is available. This could be quite different. This could be geothermal at some country. This could be wind if you are close to the seashore and so on. It is always a system. You have to you need biodiversity. Also in this case, monoculture will never work. And actually, the other aspect, which is also quite important, really, that when you build up your system, you also, again, there is innovation needed, because I believe there is plenty of room for innovation in storing the energy. Now I believe it's becoming one of the even more important questions, how to generate. This is more or less solved. At least the modern solar panels are not extremely expensive and relatively efficient. It is an increasing problem how to store energy, and there you need also always novel ideas. I was very happy in the last couple of days. We are putting up a 5 megawatt solar panel, as I told you, in the laser center. In the laser center, actually, especially in the summer, the most important part of our energy consumption goes to cool down the air, because we are not simply air conditioning, but because we have to stabilize the level of moisture in the air. So what we do, we cool down the air to 6 degrees, and and it is saturated. Then you warm it up to 22. It will be 35% relative humidity, and that's what we need. But then you first cool down the air. So what we are trying to do now, we try to store energy in the form of cold. So we are now kind of trying to make a system where we have excess solar energy. We will cool down some liquid, and in the evening it will help us to cool down the outside air. So you really have to always consider your actual system and try to be clever. And you guys, this is your task. Now it's your turn to be clever.
We have unfortunately time for one question, and after you will have the opportunities to pose your questions at the panelist program. So Please.
Hi everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Rauzi. I'm from State Islamic University of Salatiga. And I have a question for Professor Dr. Indiko Soka. I have a question about how to get more partnership and funding for infrastructure, because my university also have a research about renewable energy. Its characterization of spent coffee ground in the community, supporting materials for renewable energy. And it's proven by STR tests, and we also have published it in Scopus, but there is no action by the partnership of government or like that. So even though we have bank of spent coffee ground, but there is not really an action to make it to be renewable energy. So how is it going to be get more partnership about it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A country of Indonesia, right? Our strategy is to have bilateral agreements between governments in a given countries. This is one opportunity, or partnership programs between universities, and then university foundings, what we can share, or we can share infrastructures, or to join to networks, or bigger networks or grants which are written out and maybe at EU level, but EU level is not interesting for you, but or special companies. But what I should suggest now to make maybe in between universities. So discuss with colleagues here, with Professor Yanaki, Csaba, to link together and to see the possibilities of university grants or the intergovernmental grants. Between Indonesia and Hungary, I think there are quite good relationships, but I don't know exactly what kind of grants are there available or open, but we can follow this. So let's discuss. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions and the answers from our speakers. Before we go on with the program, let me pass the microphone to my colleague who will share some practical information. Thank you all for your attention.
attention to the declaration. During the day, you are free to go there, sign it, okay? There will be a program point when we will see how many of you have signed it or wanted to sign it, and you can sign it even in that program point, but I wanted to highlight that the declaration is there. Just feel free to read it. It's a declaration for sustainability, so it's just a nice text. But that was a practical information. Now we are going to, maybe I will sit down, if you don't mind. Now we are going to pass to this panel discussion, where, as we heard in the morning, sustainability is not only energy. This is really true, and we wanted to bring you experts of various fields, various fields, from agriculture, from business and economics, from medicine, and all of these areas, so that we can cover the most fields of sustainability, which is a very horizontal thing. So basically, it's quite easy to cover more fields in sustainability. And our panelists are, well, I will ask them to talk about themselves. So maybe I will spare this time to present them, and you can also read who is here with us. But I will maybe I will start with the first question, just to go on with time and on time. And my question would be to talk a little bit about yourselves, your field of expertise, and how it is related to sustainability. I don't know who wants to start. Shall we go?
Yeah, I can start. Thank you very much. My name is József Malét. I'm from the first department of medicine. I work at the University of Szeged as a senior research fellow. I'm a medical doctor by training, but I'm doing research full-time. I did research in all my career, actually. And my research is focused on epithelial cells. We try to understand the physiological function of the epithelial cells, and we also try to understand how these cells change under pathophysiological conditions such as inflammation or cancer. And how I relate to sustainability. Epithelial cells are actually the cells which face the environmental challenges in the body. So, for example, in the gastrointestinal tract, they are at the edge of the gastrointestinal tract. They face the luminal content and everything what's inside. And we started to be interested in how different plastic particles can affect these cells. And from this interest, actually, we also met other researchers at the University of Szeged, and we started, to formulate this idea and formulating a multidisciplinary project on characterizing the effect of micro and nanoplastics on the human body. So basically, that's how I met this field, and this is actually quite a new research initiative at the University of Szeged. So we are at the beginning of the research, but I think I will talk about this later on, so I don't want to take all the time.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm István Sisák, Senior Research Fellow at the Agriculture Faculty. I graduated as an agronomist long time ago, and with specialization in agriculture chemistry, so pesticides, nutrients, also some animal food chemistry. And after that, I did my research on the nutrient load from the watershed of River Zala into Lake Balaton. So my research focus was not the water body itself, but the watershed and the erosion processes and the nutrient movement processes, transportation processes in the watershed. Later on, I led the postgraduate special course in soil science, and another 10 years, let's say, I was the leader at Keszthely, where I was graduated from the special course, postgraduate special course in precision agriculture. And all of these are related somehow to the sustainability of agriculture. Later on, I moved to University of Szeged, and my duty was here also to organize the postgraduate course in precision agriculture. And at a certain point of time, we had 100 students in this postgraduate special course in 3 different enrollments, which was at that time more than all number of students in all of the other faculties together. So practically that is what I'm doing, and precision agriculture is very much related to environmental aspects of the land use. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I'm Zoltán Bajmóc. I'm a professor at the Institute of Ecological Economics at the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration of this university. My background is in economics, I would say mainstream economics, and by keeping on asking further and further questions, I drifted away from the mainstream, and now I identify as an ecological economist, which is a field that mainly is concerned with the embeddedness of the economy into the social and the environmental systems. So sustainability is in the core of what ecological economics do. And me personally, my research revolves around issues which are related to social justice, human well-being, and environmental sustainability. So maybe in a sentence I would say I'm examining sustainability, transition, and its social, technical, and spatial aspects.
Thank you. We had a chance to meet in the morning, so you have heard about our activities where my hat is this National Laboratory for Renewable Energy. Now I'm sitting here as an employee of the University of Szeged, where my research team is focusing on developing electrochemical technologies for different purposes. Part of it is the energy and the CO2 conversion, which I've shown before, but we also develop other electrochemical processes for circularity. For example, just to mention one program which we are developing now is to recycle components of different renewable energy technologies like batteries, solar PV, electrolyzers, so all those critical raw materials which are scarce. And from at the end of life of different technologies, it's well worth to recycle them. And there are recycling technologies, but they are very resource intensive to recycle it, and they generate a lot of waste. So ecologically and environmentally, they are not very friendly. So therefore, we are looking into new electrochemical technologies for these recycling processes to minimize the use of chemicals during the recycling.
Thank you. Welcome everybody. So my name is Tamás Gál, and I am the head of Department of Atmospheric and Geospatial Data Sciences. So based on this name, of course, I'm a climatologist. In the details, I'm basically working with urban climate and urban climate change interactions. So sustainability somewhat far from me, but I have to say I am studying the limiting factor what dictates that sustainable way is the only way. So basically the climate change and its effects for our life. And also I'm here as representing a new initiative in this university. So from this year there are a new research group in the university where the interdisciplinary climate change studies will be organized. And I just want to highlight that these things like sustainability and also climate change can evaluated and researched by a very wide view and only with interdisciplinary approach.
Thank you. Thank you very much for introducing yourselves and your fields of expertise.
As you can see, there is a wide range of competencies here, so it's really a great opportunity to talk about challenges and issues in the field of sustainable future. You have already mentioned some issues in your fields, but if you would like to point on one major issue or a major challenge in geography, in agriculture, in medicine, in business and economics, chemistry, and so in all your fields, which one would that be that you would point out as the major issue, if you can point a major issue at all, because maybe there are more major issues? And are there any promising initiatives, researches, or solutions that you see that can tackle these challenges?
Okay, starting with the climate. So basically, of course, I'm climatologist, so I can see that our climate system is now somewhat in a changing point. So everyone in this room can explain some severe weather, some very strange weather phenomena, some shift, also high heat waves, and also some floods and everything. So depends on your country of origin. You can feel somewhat different, but the same problem. Therefore, I think it's very important to find solution for this kind of problem, and sustainability is one solution, of course. But I have to say the climate system is very complicated. So there was a good story in the past when there was the ozone hole, and there was a very simple way to solve this problem. Just stop emitting some gases and the problem is solved. In climate, you have no simple answers, because if you just say that, okay, just stop some using crude oil in shipping, it causes another problem with our source and it causes heating. So maybe you wanted to do some good change or some mitigation action, and finally you got worsened scenario, or just the temperature is elevated because of that. So I want to highlight that it's important, if we deal this problem, climate change and also sustainability, that we have to think in system and we have to think from different way.
I fully agree. And to follow up on that, so I think the biggest challenge, not only in chemistry and in energy, but overall, is that this complexity. And because of this complexity, most people became resistant to real arguments and real conversations, because the complexity is just too high to be digested. And I mean, I often say that we have reached a post-truth reality around the world, that really facts doesn't really matter, unfortunately. Because for each and every difficult question, there is always a very simple answer, easy to understand, easy to think, it sounds good. More or less, it can be true in principle, because it's not violating any of the fundamental principles, but in 99% of the cases it's wrong. And that's the problem. And I think that's the biggest problem also in our field, when we start explaining, let's say, a new technology to large industry, how they should use it, that it affects so many different things, that we need to talk to so many different people, that it slows down things, and it's just I have no answer for it, how to solve this complexity issue, but that's the reality, that it makes decision making and processes very slow. And something what we don't have is time, and that's what Professor Sabo just said at the beginning of this day, that we really need to gain some time, and then later on nature will do its job, but we need to gain that time. So in this sense, I'm not that optimistic, but in a sense why I'm on the other hand optimistic, and I was not able to show that slide in the morning because I was not able to find it in English, is the history of solar PV penetration. So when it started 15, 20 years ago, there was an argument from the skepticals that it's only in the lab. Then, when the first panels were installed externally or outside the lab, then, oh yeah, it works outside the lab, but it's too expensive. Okay, then it started to be scaled, and you started to see larger installations. And but you will not have the critical materials what you need to scale that technology, and it's all based on subsidies. Okay, then it started to scale further, very high scale. Oh but it's just coming because of Chinese cheap labor and subsidies and blah blah blah. Scaled further, okay, you can do it. It's sustainable from a cost perspective, but the grid will not be able to handle it because the fluctuations cannot be handled by the grid. It works. So Hungary has, as I've shown, over 50% today from solar on the grid. So there are good stories, and it can work. But really the complexity. So it's a fine balance between managing complexity, not oversimplifying it, yet showing a story which can be digested by the key stakeholders.
Well, if I have to point out just one big challenge, from where I look at it, it would be our obsession with growth. Our economic system is destined to grow limitlessly. All our institutions at hand back up this. And we do not seem to be able to decouple this growth from an increased environmental impact. More economic activity requires more energy and more material and ends up in more waste. And we may be able to partially decouple it, but we don't seem to be able to wholly decouple it. So what we do mostly is just we shift one sort of impact to the other side of the system, like if we look at overall indicators, it seems that bigger economy means bigger environmental impact and all the problems that come with it. So in terms of the solution, we have to free up or imaginary to alternative economic systems. And all the components, I would say, are out there already. We have a lot of fantastic initiatives. They are just not put together to be an alternative system, because that's a very tricky thing to do, actually. And I'll finish here
now. I start with paying tribute to the farmers. Just in the next step to criticize them. With the green revolution, the world agriculture was able to feed all the people on the world. Even if we may experience, or some parts of the world may experience starvation, but certainly not die from hunger, hopefully. And that is the result of the development of the agriculture. However, the distribution of the food is not even. That's why there is still starvation on the earth. So what is the criticism? With the green revolution, the introduction of pesticides, mineral nutrients, fertilizers, high use of energy in the agriculture, that led to a complete change of the agriculture system. Farmers 100 years ago, they considered themselves as part of the almost pristine nature. And that was true, almost true. But that has changed with that enormous input material use. And that has serious consequences. I don't want to go into the details because it's not so long time for me, but I just want to join to one point, to the economic point of view. We experience in the agriculture that in the developed economies, the material input is leveling off, even decreasing, but not the yields. Yields are increasing further. So it is possible to produce more with less material use. Of course, in large, vast areas of Asia, Africa, there are still a strong increase in the total use of these input materials. Even there are extremes of use. In Latin America, the pesticide use is almost 9 kilograms per hectare per year, and the world average is 2.4 kilograms per hectare per year. So there are excesses, there are good and bad examples, but I can see some slight signs of a brighter future. So I think the environmental and especially the effect of agriculture on the natural environment, so other living organisms which who live around us, that is really a problem, especially if the pesticide use is very high.
Thank you. So if I have to mention one big challenge or one big issue in terms of plastic contamination, I would say that the biggest challenge is that we know basically nothing. So there are not enough knowledge about microplastics and even less about nanoplastics. So basically just to make this everybody know, so basically the microplastics are plastic particles above 1 micrometer, and everything what's below is basically counted as nanoplastics. So nanoplastics are really small, and because of this small size, it is really not easy to detect them. So we don't know how much contamination is around us. We suppose that they are everywhere. So they can also get into the, for example, into the human body, into the lung, into the gastrointestinal tract, or even into the brain, if I want to mention just one thing. And we don't know how these nanoplastics are actually acting on the organisms, on the cells which take them up. They can also absorb proteins in the different biological solutions. We don't know how these absorbed proteins can change the plastic solution. And I can, just keep asking questions until next morning maybe, or even longer, because there are so many unknown factors in this complex world. This is actually a huge matrix, and we really need to start somehow and start to do systematic research to understand the effect of micro and nanoplastics on cellular level, organ level, and also on the effect on the whole body. We also need to take into consideration that the exposure we are facing, it's actually a long-term exposure, because the plastic components are everywhere around us. So we really need to consider a huge amount of things. I like to mention, for example, smoking as an example, because in the 50s, 60s, nobody knew the harmful effects of smoking on the long-term run. And then people started to do research on that, and then we figured out the relationship of smoking to different types of cancer and so on. And then we realized that it's really harmful. And I really have the feeling that with the plastic contamination, we are at the starting point, so we really need to start understanding what's going on and how it's going on. So, and the other challenge, so now this is, I don't know how many challenges which I mentioned, but the next big challenge is that this is really a multidisciplinary field. So I'm a medical doctor by training, but my knowledge is certainly not enough to understand this complex world. So we really need to have chemists and physicists and everybody else on the research team to really understand and start asking the right questions. So it's really a complex multidisciplinary field, and even if we generated enough evidences for saying that it's harmful or not harmful, or we should replace one particular chemical component, then we need legal knowledge to to make evidence-based considerations for the regulatory bodies. So it's really a complex field.
Thank you for the answers. I think all of you touched upon really interesting and important and even serious issues. And I think we can agree. I mean, I heard from your answers the complexity of these issues and the complexity of all these questions that you investigated, due to which the collaborations between the fields, between scientists, between various researchers and stakeholders as well, is surely very much important. And I would like to ask you, what do you think, who are the key players in this game, and what is the role of the youth in terms of science?
So usually, I'm usually invited to present some presentation for the wider audience about climate change. These presentations are not so happy, I have to say, because I say about the sad present and future. But usually I say one thing about also the youth people and our responsibility, that, for example, climate change is absolutely because of our consumption. Everything what we do is causing somewhat little part of climate change. So changing this trend is on us, not the companies, not the government, not any other actors. It is on us. So if these problems are important for us, then it will change. But of course, we have to convince everybody else, and also young people have to convince everybody else in their age, and it is very complicated. Of course, nowadays there are different trends. Some countries have different ideas about climate change and sustainability and our future, so I don't say it is easy, but I think it is our task, and of course the young people's task, because it is about everybody's future.
Yeah, so let me answer to the point where you mentioned working together with stakeholders and involving the key partners. I just want to share one example. So 2 years ago, we wanted to do a reality check specifically for Hungary, that what can be done in the field of CO2 capture, utilization, storage. And so we wanted to do it with a scientific rigor, but also involving the key stakeholder. So I had a bold idea, which I pitched to our minister at that time, that, hey, look, how about if we write a white paper about the situation? They said, yeah, sure, do it. Just make sure to involve all the relevant stakeholders. So we approached the 100 largest CO2 emitters in Hungary, with special focus on the top 20, and asked for a personal appointment to talk through what are their plans, what are their decarbonization strategies, what they would need to move a little bit faster. And I was very surprised that out of the top 20 emitters, 16 said that, sure, let's sit down and have a meeting. And we had meeting with 16 out of these top 20 emitters with a C-level executive, so either CEO or Chief Technology Officer or Chief Sustainability Officer, so really from the top. And then we started an engagement with them. We have continuously workshops ever since we had this white paper, and it seems that it will turn out, or it will result in a national CO2 related strategy. And the story of it is all about communication, because when we sit down with these people, they told us at the second, if not the first meeting, because the first everybody was a little bit reserved, don't know what to tell, what not to tell, what is it about. But after we built the trust and they saw that we are coming really with an academic background, and we don't want to have any more tax on them, and it's not about, you know, putting some fines or something like that, but it's really about understanding what can be done, then they really opened up, and they told us that, look, it's not too frequent that we as large CO2 emitters sit together. Because let's say players from the cement industry typically meet very often at different events. People from the chemical industry typically meet. The energy people also meet. But it's not very typical that people from cement, steel, chemical industry, energy, biotech, they meet together. The only one thing linking them together is that they are large CO2 emitters. And it was very surprising also to me, because I thought that these big players, they talk all the time to each other, but no. And really, we had to start, there was a need for a catalyst. That was us, being the catalyst to start these discussions. And we'll see where it goes. But I mean, I really believe that stakeholder engagement is critically important. And we are now asking them to help us defining research topics. I mean, we are defining the topics, but to vet them. So basically to tell that, okay, this is important, that's not that important, but to help us really to answer problems which are real problems. Not only we think that it's important, but in reality it's a non-existent problem. So it really helps to orientate also research. So stakeholder engagement from early on is critically important, and we don't need to be shy, because at the end of the day it's also their interest, because their customers will be buying the products, and if the younger generations are willing to pay more, or they are more selective towards sustainable products, then they also need to give that supply, and for that they need also scientific input.
Thank you. I absolutely agree that bringing as many voices to the table as possible is absolutely vital. What I would like to point out is science is equipped to approach whether something is true or not true. We are dealing with these sorts of questions. When we are dealing with sustainability, it is of course absolutely vital to be contrasted to the reality. So if something is true or untrue, that's vital, but it's far from being enough. Because we are talking about things that should or should not be done. So we are talking about questions which are wrong or right questions. That's not the field of science. We are approaching issues, whether is it wise to do something or unwise? Is it fair or unfair? Scientists can't answer these questions. Science is not equipped to answer this question. So engaging with as many actors as possible to bring all the diversity of voices, and I would say bring all the diversity of knowledge sources or forms of knowledge to the table is very important in terms of sustainability. So for example, as scientists, we represent a sort of diversity here with different backgrounds. In terms of other aspects, we are a very, very homogeneous group of middle-aged white voice, instead of me telling what you should do, though I feel still young, but nevertheless. So to conclude, I think because of the complexity of this project to move towards a more sustainable world, we need science, and we need not just science, but all other sorts of public discussions and debates, and have to deal with politics, interests, values, and all sorts of things.
With the Green Revolution, one big task was achieved by the agriculture. Hunger was more or less eliminated from the earth. Now we are just at the beginning of the next big task, to do agriculture in a way that we don't do harm to other creatures, let's say, either in the water bodies or on the earth's surface. And cooperation is needed because this task cannot be solved by the agronomists, by the agriculturalists themselves. Precision agriculture now is one of the biggest data generator in the new world, new digital world. Practically every year from every square meter, a lot of data are generated. This lot of data has at least the promise that with evaluating with scientific scrutiny all of the data and mining all of the information from those data, we can get to the next step. But that needs cooperation because agronomists usually don't know enough how the natural systems are working in the pristine nature. So certainly that knowledge is needed to go further, to step further and solve our problems or our tasks. Agronomists usually don't know enough about data science and mathematics and statistics. Of course, that is also a need of cooperation. It's very clear that the future of agriculture, just like in the industries, is the recent recent situation now. Future of the agriculture is the robotics. So in not too far future, on the fields, robots will work and not humans. And of course, that needs a lot of knowledge from engineering sciences as well. One positive aspect I want to say, if we can manage the agriculture on a way that we use less harmful materials, first of all pesticides, because pesticides are really poisons, even if just like medicines are poisons, if we don't apply them in a proper way. So we should certainly use less pesticides, but when we use less pesticides, we will face a lot of problems. What theoretically can be solved with help of the nature, with the services of the nature. But we need to learn from the nature a lot, and we should apply this knowledge in our everyday practice. And we are really at the very beginning of this learning process in the agriculture. One thing I want to mention, that carbon dioxide. So pristine soils have usually 4 times higher humus content than soils in agricultural use. So if we can manage our soils in a very different way, then we can accumulate a lot of carbon in the soils, because that is what we have learned from long-term experiments and from monitoring measurements, that huge amount of carbon was released back into the atmosphere, but at least theoretically there is a possibility to strap it again, trap it for long term in the soils. So there is a lot of tasks, there is a lot of need of cooperation for agronomists as well.
So, this time I think I will be much shorter, because in my previous answer I already emphasized the need of multidisciplinary approaches to tackle issues like, for example, the complex nanoplastic or in general plastic contaminations. But I just want to catch up the point Csaba mentioned previously, the need to engage stakeholders to really try to understand and really try to make changes. if needed. And for example, in this aspect, we can really learn from each other, I think, because, for example, our field is much newer. We don't have that much evidence to say that, yes, it's harmful, yes, it's not harmful. But later on, when we generated enough data to show to, for example, to the companies, the plastic producers, just to show them that, hey, this is harmful, don't do that. Instead of that, use another materials so you can replace that harm. And we can really learn from others who have a much advanced field, how to sit down with these people, how to convince these people. So we really don't have to, invent the wheel all the time again and again. It's really important to have multidisciplinary conferences, like, for example, this here, to share different ideas. Thank you.
If I may quickly follow up on the agro aspect, so it also shows how complex this is, because we talk about data, and we don't talk that much about the energy need of data. So we all hear that, okay, data centers need a lot of energy, but exactly how much? I mean, if you read predictions, the different predictions already for 2030, which is not too far away, it's 5 years from now, they span through a range of 2 orders of magnitude. So now, 5 years before 2030, we have absolutely no idea how much energy those data centers will need. They might need X or 100X. That's a pretty big difference within 5 years time frame, and that's something I think it's hugely underestimated overall how much energy that we'll need. If that speed of increasing the amount of collected data will continue in a way we do it now, which is not really wise. Just we are doing it for collecting data. So that will be something very interesting to see where it goes.
Thank you very much. I had a question to ask you, but it was partially answered already, or maybe even stolen from me, about misinformation. We are in a scientific field, and in terms of science, misinformation is something that is crucial, as more of the panelists have mentioned already, that messages are very short and well, the truth behind them might be more or less, unfortunately. So maybe I will skip this question because basically we talk. No, please feel free.
It was my favorite question.
Sorry about that.
So actually, just speak about this university. We have multiple faculties, and there are some lectures which is open for everybody, and I'm happy to participate one of this. And it is about conteos and some misleading information and some kind of stuff. It is not so a serious lecture, but we go through climate change and other parts of vaccination and so, and it's very interesting. How can I say, for the students also, and for a university lecturer also very interesting. So when I started to dig in, I know some details about misleading information about climate change, but I realized that there are literature for the misleading information about climate change. I mean the scientific misleading information. So there are papers, and there are review papers of these misleading papers. So it's unbelievable. So it's important to question all the time that is it true? If you read something, you should question. You cannot take it as a good information in every time.
Thank you, and sorry, I didn't want to lose your answer. Anybody else? Any comment?
I also have something to add here. So when I saw this question, it immediately popped up in my mind that we really need to be cautious what information we share and how these informations are shared. So for example, if we do research in cell lines and treat those cells with different nanoplastics, we have to, we have to start somehow, and maybe we use also higher doses as well, so doses that we will never face in the environment, and even for short term. And so we cannot communicate that the nanoplastics killed all the cells, because this is just, just a laboratory condition, but it's really, easy to to make mistakes in that aspect, because these type of sentences really picked up by for example the press, because they want to increase visibility and so on. So we really have to be careful how we communicate our research as well.
Thank you. Any other comments? Or okay, thank you so much. I think we touched upon various issues and from various fields, so it's really an interesting panel that we have here. And because of this, I would like to give the word to you, if you may have questions. I believe you would. Okay, I will run a little bit with the microphones here.
Thank you. Again, my name is Ibrahim. I'll make it very quick. I have questions in two ways, in two formats. To start with, I would like to appreciate Dr. Joseph's comment when he says that we need to start asking the right questions. And also, I would like to use this opportunity also to appreciate this meeting, because I think part of the solutions would be to have more of this kind of meetings to be able to share knowledge about this multidimensional problem. So to the first questions, collectively as stakeholders, I'd like to know, I mean, for sure we all know that this problem we are dealing with is a multidimensional one, and a complex issue at that. So as a result, in dealing with this, we have to approach it in a systematic manner. And from research and education point of view, I'd like to know what is the possible or bare minimum starting point. That's the first question. To the second question, without being pessimistic, I'd like to know that nature has a way of balancing itself, but the more and more we interfere with it, we get to experience these challenges we are currently faced with. And putting it into perspective, how do we avoid going beyond the 1.5 degrees Celsius carbon dioxide emission, as you showed earlier in the charts this morning? Because we can see that over the past 2 decades, the trend is like going higher and higher. So how can we at least try to like balance or reduce this impact? So that would be my question. Thanks.
I would like to start with the second one. So basically, technically, we have not reached the 1.5 degree, but the reason is that it is 30-year average. And practically, we felt how the environment will look like after 1.5 degree, because we have 1 year or maybe 2. But I want to answer a little bit different way. So basically, it is not the question that should we or won't we reach the 1.5 degree or 2 degree. The question is that could we stop the change before tipping points have some serious change. So the question is that basically we have to stop the climate in some way. It could be 1.5, it could be 2, but before the tipping points activating. After, so if maybe for the amok collapse will happen, then we have no chance to speak about sustainability. We have to speak about very different things. But so it is our only chance that normalize in some way. And if we normalize the climate, then we can start to adopt for that climate situation. But if there is a constant change, we cannot adopt.
I think this 1.5 degree debate shows a lot of things very well. So on the one hand, it's very absurd we in the political arena we're still talking about. Not to go beyond, everyone knows in the science that a few years ago I attended a conference and one lecturer said like the only way to avoid 1.5 is to invent time machine. So we know it very well. So this is about contrasting or being contrasted to reality. But this also shows that speaking the truth in itself will not change the world. So if we contrast policymakers, politicians with the fact that, okay, we can still talk about that, but we know that we are way beyond that, doesn't mean that they will revise the rhetorics, or doesn't mean they will be ready to do anything meaningful about that. And on the whole, on the political level, I would say nothing meaningful has been done so far to avoid the acceleration of climate change.
Maybe if I was getting right, your first question, you were asking how to tackle the multi-dimensionality of the issue at an educational level, right? So I don't know. What I know is that UN actually has a tool to monitor the effect of a given action to the different sustainability development goals. It's a very nice tool, actually. It's an Excel-based tool that you can add what is being done, and it's showing how it's affecting the different sustainable development goals. I mean, it's not quantitative, but qualitatively it really shows that one action for one thing, how it affects all the others. And I really think that these kind of visualization tools really help to uncover some of these cross-links between the different areas. And in education, not the numbers matter. What matters is to the system-level thinking, and to show that these are all intervened with each other. And these kind of tools are useful for that.
Thank you. We had another question first. Sorry. Here.
Hello. My name is Sautbek Kaysar. We are with my mate Telman Janay from Kazakhstan, and we are from hometown Almaty, which air quality index sustain over 200 percentages, and this is too dangerous for us maybe. And I wanna ask some questions to Dr. Joseph Males. How dangerous are vapes and electronic cigarettes? You just mentioned about nanoplastic and smoking. We know that symptoms of popcorn's lungs is gaining momentum. And this is the second question. And if our quality index of our city reach to 200, is it possible that we might get the symptoms?
Well, for the second question, I have a short answer. I don't know exactly. Depends on huge amount of factors. That's what we just emphasize, that it's really complex. It's multifactorial. So, but yeah. And for the first question regarding the electronic cigarettes, it's actually a great example how we replace one bad habit to another. Because in terms of electric cigarettes, actually the consumption of nicotine actually went up. So people either quit smoking and started to smoke electric cigarettes even within the buildings, for example. So they don't have to walk to streets and smoke there. They just did it in the office, and this by itself increased the consumption of nicotine, for example, and also younger generation started to use that, so it's really widely used. No information was around about the harmful effect of it, so we felt that finally it's free to use something that makes us happy, and this is not smoking, just similar to that. And then it turned out that, again, this is not the right direction because it is really harmful. We still don't have enough information about the harmful effect associated with electric cigarettes, but they have several, of course. So it's again really dangerous. So we cannot replace one bad habit to another one.
Thank you. We have time for one last question. Sorry, I may have to. May I give the floor to a lady now? Is it okay?
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity. My name is Karen Putri Maiswari. I'm from the Faculty of Law and University of Indonesia. Thank you for the informative explanations. I have a question especially for Professor Zoltan. So nowadays our country is facing a quite big challenge between prioritizing the economics and the environment. As what I've learned, our regulations are mostly prioritizing the economic aspects, like for the politics, etc. And it keeps damaging the environment little by little, as you said before. Meanwhile, the alternative energy requires a lot of cost in this economic situation. So I want to know your perspective on this issue and what should we do as the solution for the issue. Thank you.
Thank you for this question, and I think that's absolutely the middle of the big sets of problems. So we haven't really touched upon the issue of global inequalities in terms of both the problems and the solutions. So one thing to begin with is when we, for example, we talk about CO2 emissions. It's a very unpleasant discussion to have for most of the governments to talk about the history of emitting CO2. So of course we would like everyone to decrease CO2 emissions in order to reach the target. But 98% of the CO2 ever emitted to the atmosphere was done by the global north. We all know that. So to say that we need to decrease at the same level is, of course, can be considered hugely unjust. And of course, bearing the costs of technologies that are available, it also does not mean the same in the global south and the global north. Especially, again, considering the history that the growth of the global north was pretty much based on appropriating the resources of the global south. And pushing the costs outside of Europe and North America and some additional other countries. So I think this is a discussion about global justice. And the majority of the Earth's population lives in the global north, not in the global south. So this is why it's vital to bring these voices and empower these voices at the table.
Just one very quick comment. While I fully agree, I think there is also one other angle. So once we scale technologies like solar PV, like batteries, then companies are not deploying solar PV because it's green, because they are deploying it now because that's the cheapest source of electricity. They are deploying batteries now all around in the Arabic countries, not because it's green, but because that's the cheapest way of providing 24/7 power for their data centers. It's cheaper than nuclear combined with renewables. So it's once the technologies are there at scale, then this discussion is not anymore an environmental discussion, it's a financial discussion. But it takes a lot of money to get there at scale. And we need to get there with many different technologies. And that's where we would need a collective investment globally to scale these technologies as fast as possible, because that will drive down the cost quickly and that will help penetration. And of course, for those technologies which cannot be standalone even at scale in the future, we should just forget about them. But there are enough good technologies which, once available at scale, will be cost competitive also with fossil resources, and we should push our efforts for those.
Sorry, can I just react in one sentence to this? On many aspects, I agree with what you said, and I think that's a good endeavor. However, there's just one tiny thing, that these technologies won't be public goods. So it still remains a question who owns them. And we still see a big inequality in that, and not for the benefit of the global south, I would say. So we should maybe also add certain institutions to these solutions which ensure accessibility.
Thank you. Let's close this panel discussion with the last word, accessibility. So let's hope to make these solutions accessible to all, and let's hope in a bright future. I would like to apologize to those who did not have the chance to ask their questions. I hope you will have the chance to discuss these issues further with us. And I would like to thank very much our panelists in this panel that we had today in the afternoon. Now we are going to switch places for the next panel. It was really a very meaningful and impactful panel discussion, I think. So thank you very much. Let's give a big applause. So while we change the glasses of water, the panel has also changed. And to introduce this panel, I would like to warmly welcome again our partner institutions in sustainability, all these panelists, and even those colleagues who are not in the panel at the moment, but are here with us, are part of the Hungarian University's sustainability platform, which was formed in Pécs a few years ago. And now it has like 14 institutions, if I'm not mistaken, from Hungary. 16 already, I'm sorry. 16 institutions from Hungary. So we work together on how to implement sustainability and sustainable development goals into institutional operation, strategy, and institutional level. So that's the idea of this panel discussion now, and I'm going to sit right in the middle. Thank you. So we have our colleagues from all around Hungary, and in this way we try to give you a view on the aspects of sustainability in terms of institutional operation, if I can say so. My first question will be very similar to the first question of the last panel. It would be to kindly ask you to say a few words about yourselves and on how your institution deals and addresses sustainability.
Shall I start? Okay. So, Dinesh, thank you so much for the kind invitation to this event. I welcome all the participants. I'm very happy to be here with you today. My name is Zsuzsa Piskóti Kovács. I am from the Eszterházy Károly Catholic University. I work there as the head of the Core Commission Secretariat, which is a very special department at the university, because we are not dealing with providing lectures or making any kind of research. Rather, we are focusing on regional development. So this is the core of our activities. And at the same time, I'm the leader of the Sustainability Committee at the Eszterházy Károly Catholic University, which coordinates the activities which are focusing on sustainability.
I also want to welcome all of you. It's very strange that we are doing almost the same, but we have very different type of positions. So I'm Dean for Sustainability, and it's a new position at the Corvinus University of Budapest. It just started from January. Before that, we had an ERS hub, which is an ethics, responsibility, and sustainability hub. So we have a new rector, and that's why we have this commitment to sustainability now. We are also committed to responsible management education. So we are member of the PRIME. Maybe some of you know this association. And we are also leading this PRIME membership at the CE region. So yeah, I think it's enough for now.
Welcome everyone. My name is Brigitta Ferencik-Molnár. I'm from Veszprém, Hungary, from University of Pannonia, and I am the head of the Competence Center for Sustainability on one hand. In the other hand, I'm a PhD student as well, and my research topic is competencies for sustainability. As head of this Sustainability Competence Center, it was established 2 years ago. I coordinated this establishment. It was a very nice challenge. Yes, we work on how to help faculties and research groups to disseminate their sustainability results and how to communicate with the people around the university and how to have the education for sustainability as well. So we develop different programs and different programs. That's all, I think. Thank you.
So good afternoon. My name is Levente Horváth. I'm from Budapest, from, what's our name now? We changed it. Budapest University of Economics and Businesses. I'm the head of Office for Sustainability. Our office responsible for sustainability on operational and on a strategic level. On the other hand, we are part of the Hungarian University's Sustainability Platform, and Kata mentioned the PRIME. We are PRIME champion. So we are working in the education, research, and in operative level on sustainability.
Thank you for your introductions. I'm in a lucky position that my superiors have already told a lot about the University of Szeged, so I do not really have to tell you how these things work at the University of Szeged. But if you want some more information, yeah, at an institutional and central level, there is a sustainability group working on these issues and on trying to oversee what is happening at the university and try to promote sustainability issues and programs and initiatives. And with this introduction, I would like to pass to another question, which touches upon these initiatives. What challenges do you see when at an institutional level and at your universities when it comes to starting initiatives in favor of sustainability? What are the challenges that you face, and what solutions do you find on a strategic or institutional level to these challenges?
Okay, so maybe I can start. So it's very special that you are here, you are students, but in our university, it's really a challenge to involve the students, you know. So we try to involve them, engage them, all our initiatives, but sometimes they are not so open to that, to be honest. So we have to work on it a lot. And last semester, we started a new program. It's called the Theme of the Month, and we started to connect challenges to different sustainable topics. So we would say in September, it was about sustainable transportation. So we said that, okay, so this month will be about sustainable transportation. In every month, we have 10 challenges related to the certain topic. And they can try different challenges. In some courses, we are integrated these challenges, and they have to reflect on that. So which one works for them, which one not. And when they try to do that, maybe they can also follow it after it and became a sustainable behavior in their life. So somehow it works a bit. okay, a bit, but so it's a one step to reach them better. So they are also coming to our events better than before, because the events are also in the challenges. So if we have any sustainable event, we tell them that it's also one challenge which you can achieve. So it's just the solution and the challenge also. So yeah.
So I would approach this question from a different aspect. I would say that, because I would speak about general the challenges what I face, but when I'm doing, when I'm trying to do this job. And the first thing is related to the lack of the capacity of the colleagues, of the university staff. This is what I face. And this is the reason why for us it is very important to raise their environmental awareness as well. So when we are working on this topic, they are one of our main target groups to raise their awareness regarding the importance of this topic. Another challenge is, in our case, the lack of financial support. So with a lot of discussions about that in the breaks, with colleagues from the universities. And maybe this is just a unique challenge in our case, but it makes our life very difficult if we are dealing with this topic. So there is not a dedicated department who are dealing with this topic. I mentioned that we have the Sustainability Committee, but there are people from the different departments who have their different duties, and they consider this as extra task. And the people don't really like the extra task in their daily lives. And this is the reason to solve these kind of challenges. We are very keen on writing proposals and try another fund which can support these initiatives. And this is why I'm very happy now, because we have a granted project now. It is an Erasmus Plus project. It is about the creation of alliance of universities. It involves 7 universities across Europe. And for instance, in the framework of this work, we will create a joint sustainability office, which will be very beneficial and good for us to support to implement our goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I totally agree with you. I will mention the communication, the lack of communication, because I experienced that the faculties and the research groups work as islands.
Yes, isolated way.
Yes, isolated islands, and sometimes they communicate to each other, sometimes not, but I think that it's mostly not communicating to each other. But this topic, this sustainability, is a hot topic of today, and almost everyone is dealing with it, from the economics to the other, I don't know, engineering thing. They just deal with it, but they don't communicate to each other, and there are parallel initiatives, parallel researches, parallel programs as well, and I think this is a challenge and a problem for an institute as well, because we don't have to communicate just outside of the university, but we have to communicate inside of the walls with each other, and just find out what to do together, not just separated from each other, but together. And it's more efficient if we work together, I see. And the other thing, I think what is challenge for an university, the sustainability is a long-term strategy or just a concept of a personal ambition or whatever. So I think that is an important thing to just think about it.
So you will be surprised. Our biggest challenge is the communication also. If we have 20,000 students and at least 1,000 colleagues. If we counted the university as a city, in Hungary there will be the 80th biggest city. So just imagine to communicate to the 80th biggest city, it's a challenge. So that's why we are taught we should change the communication way and find a way what our students are interested in. We know our students, they need a minimal interaction, minimal contact, do nothing with me, I'm just here. And the other way, the attention is just for 30 minutes, not 30 seconds. So that's why we should find the TikTok way of the communication. And the other part, we ask them that, are you interested in sustainability? Yes, but the sustainability is boring. Why is boring? Everything is sustainable. Everybody is talking about sustainability. So we overuse the sustainability. That's why we change the sustainability. We are not communicate about the sustainability. We're talking about the pillars of the sustainability. And our main focus is the community. We started to build in the community and the university and translate the sustainability into the community way, that together we can do some more. Do something for the social part, do something with the civil engagement, do something for the environment, which is also a community, some kind of community. So we started to change our communication to the unorthodox way and find the way that our students will find our messages. Like, we started to use stickers on the classrooms because they are sitting for 90 minutes and they are just sitting, and finally they can realize that there is some message about sustainability on the stages. The other one in the toilets, we started to use the mirrors with the stickers, that they are there for 20 minutes or something, they are just watching themselves or making some selfies. Oh, that's a message about something, that's a QR code, let's use it. And when we let them to our sustainability message with our sustainability platforms. The other one, we started to use different platforms. We started to thinking about, okay, make some Instagram channel, no. Make some TikTok channel, no. They are using a lot of channels, and we started to use our channels. We have a special learning platform at the university. We can reach all of our students. They know they are familiar with that platform. So put all of our sustainability messages, our initiatives, programs, learning materials, extracurricular materials there. And if we are posting them, they get a message through the email. So somehow we can reach them to meet with us everywhere where they are in the university. So we started to solve this communication problem, to started to use unorthodox ways.
It is really interesting and good to hear about these unorthodox ways as well, because we can have different ideas from each other as well on how to spread the word about sustainability. Surely communication, internal communication, external communication, all that counts a lot. In terms of sustainability, I also heard voices when we have these cubes out there with the Sustainable Development Goals, and sometimes I hear, oh, they have the Sustainable Development Goals. Other times I say, there are these nice, colorful cubes, but what are they? And yeah, you have to spread the voice about these goals and about these issues. And coming to these goals, which are very important today until 2030 and probably even after that. What do you think? Which SDGs are the most important for universities, and in which areas and SDGs can universities have the most effect? Surely education, I would say, but what else? Sure.
So maybe you will hate me, but personally, I don't believe in SDGs. The topic is very good. Everything is very good, and the structure is very good. And the different points, it doesn't matter what are the different points. They have different pillars connected to sustainability. And the main thing is that to start to think in systems, that the sustainability is not just green university. The sustainability is not just the governance part. The sustainability is not just which is the third one? The economic part and social part. So the sustainability, it's a structure. It's a very big structure. And if you can read these SDGs, you can see there is 17 SDGs. And if you read all of the SDGs, there is 169 different points in the SDGs. You can find your way. Okay, that's the one what I can feel. I know I can work more on it and I can make it better. So that's a good thing. The other, but what I'm a little bit afraid of, that what will happen after 2030. The SDG is far more behind the goals. But I think the structure is very good and the points are not very interesting, but we can see in the whole level. But I think we should do more, but if we are looking around, we are on the top 10 of the world. So the biggest problems are not here in Europe. So it's the biggest problem around the developing world. We have no so much effect on the developing world, but if we are teaching our students and the lectures we are talking about, that's okay, there are a lot of international students, go home and learn something and do something home, that's our responsibility.
I agree because the university, they have portfolios and topics which are on the hot topics to deal with, but a university has to deal with all the SDGs because we have to understand the complexity of the sustainability because it's a huge system and we are now in a decade of the polycrisis and it's a very important thing to understand that there are affecting on each other or these crises and we cannot deal just with the climate or just with the, I don't know, hunger. We have to just understand the effects on each other. And therefore, I think that the competencies, the sustainability competencies are important in these SDGs. And we have to learn and understand how to cope with these new strategies, how to resolve these problems and how to deal with these sustainability development goals.
Shall I continue? Okay, so I totally agree with Levente and Brigitta. So the largest advantage of the SDGs that these provides a very good framework for the universities, I guess. So, and when we strive to integrate the sustainability in the operation of the university or in research activities, educational activities, we should apply the holistic approach. So I guess that it is very important. For instance, I would give you a tangible example. So when it is very good that we have jointly developed sustainability course in the framework of the sustainable, the platform for Hungarian sustainable, sorry, it's a bit complicated now, okay, but you know what I mean. And, but it is very important also not just have a dedicated course, but strive to integrate the elements of the sustainability of the SDGs in all kind of subjects. So I guess that this holistic approach should be implemented, and the SDGs provide a good framework for this kind of activity. So, of course, our SDGs are important for the universities, but I really feel that we expect too much from the universities because universities have different profile, have different backgrounds. For example, in our case, I am from a university which is very strong in Hungary in pedagogical education. So we are not engineers. So we cannot make great things in the field of technological innovation because we don't have the knowledge to do this. But this is the reason why we strive to do our best for in case in climate mitigation, because we have our department, as I mentioned, the Co-Commission Secretariat, when we are responsible for involving the stakeholders in the green transition, and we strive to be the engine, the green engine of the region to involve the stakeholders and motivate the people to change. So I guess that expectations are very high against the universities, but I firmly believe that the cooperation is crucial. So different universities with different background could go together, and this is how we can create a great effect on our environment and the economy.
Okay, so all of you said that all SDG goals are really important. So I would say no, so because of you mentioned that it depends on the field what we are doing, and at the Corvinus University of Budapest we are mainly have graduated people who will lead the business in Hungary, in other countries. So these are also businessmen. So what can we do for them? How we can educate them well, not just to think about the now classical economies, but also think about in another way. So the first one is the quality of education. So this is very important for us. And the second one would be the 17th goal. So how to use our partnerships. And we are really proud of our Corvinus Science shop, which is not a shop. It's just how to able to engage our community in our education, in our research, in our any extracurricular activities. And it's also very well known, not just in Hungary now, because we had some awarded based on our community engaged learning. So we tried to help the students to be able to meet these communities, our local community in Budapest and in the countryside, to know their problems, because they are mainly the students who are learning at the Corvinus. They are from the rich part of the society, so we have to teach them that the world is not the same as their world. Okay, so we have to show them these opportunities, and also we are teaching not just in your age, but also in the MBA programs, businessmen. So we also try to show them that, okay, so you have the knowledge in the business, but could you help with your knowledge to the social enterprises, to the communities? So, for example, in the MBA programs, we have social enterprise challenges course, where the MBA students have to work on the social enterprises problems, and they have to solve it somehow. But it's really hard for them because they do not understand, okay, but why you do not have any HR, any sources? So we try to help them in that. So that's why I think the partnership, it's really important.
It's very good. You mentioned partnership, and you also mentioned cooperation. You mentioned the community. What other key partners are there in the area of sustainability for higher education institutions? Or well, do you see any key partners? Can you identify any stakeholders or groups of people, the youth maybe?
Yeah, we have already mentioned the Prime, so it's not just in the Hungarian level, but also in global level and also here. So the global associations for the universities, I think so these are very important. Corporates, it's really hard, I think so. But yeah, we try to find out how we can cooperate with them. So for example, we have the really good cooperation with the Decathlon. I hope so you know that. And our students help them to try out some initiatives for them, and based on it, in Hungary, they started the invisible running. It means that the person who are visually impaired, they could run together with a normal person, and they can meet each other better. So it started in the Decathlon with our students' initiative. So yeah, sometimes the corporates are also could be a good partners.
I think it's also important stakeholder are the university rankings, like the Times Higher Education, the QS ranking, the UI GreenMetric is very important partner, stakeholder, and also the other association for the universities. And I see on the other side the accreditation societies, like the AACSB and the other one. It's very important for the student, for the universities to be in that club, because it will build trust. It will be, we build everything. And also for the sustainability rankings, which are the most sustainable university, it's also important for us, and we can somehow use our initiatives to rank more points or earn more points in the ranking. So that kind of association who are collecting the universities in the association is very important stakeholders.
That's for sure.
Thank you.
Yes, I think the companies, policymakers, governments are very important stakeholders, but I think that the elementary schools and high schools are also very important because the students, they are the future, and the sustainability is about the future, and the education for sustainability is, we have to start with them at that level, I think. And in Hungary, in my experience, the university questions that, do we have to deal with elementary schools and high schools? High schools, yes, because the students come from high schools, but the elementary schools, do we have to deal with them, really? And I think yes, because if the children in the very little age, they just learn and understand what is sustainability about, and what do we have to do, what can they do, and what can they learn at the university, can they be researchers, educators, and so on. It's more easier for the universities as well, just to have students for a long term, not just for a short term. So I think the schools are important also.
Yeah, so I totally agree with Brigitte, and I want to reinforce these thoughts because I'm a mother of two, and what I experienced that when my children arrive from the school, from the kindergarten, and you know that they are always talking about what happened during the day. And this is the reason why it is very crucial for me that if we teach something to this the smallest target group, it has a multiplicative effect, because what they learn, what they listen in the kindergarten and the school, they bring this information to their home. They talk about these topics with the parents, and with this we could reach more and more people. So it is very important, in my opinion, to deal with this target group as well. So for instance, in our case, we have a dedicated another Erasmus Plus project, which is focusing on to raise the climate awareness of the students, and we are focusing on the elementary school pupils. So it is very important for us because their brain, my impression is that is working like a sponge. So they can have a lot of information in their mind, and they spread these words what they learn at the school and the kindergarten. So this is the very important reason why you have to deal with this target group as well.
I totally agree with you. I also have a daughter, and this week in Hungary is a sustainability week in schools. Yeah. This is a countrywide initiative, so it does not come directly from higher education institutions, but higher education institutions also participate in this. They can offer lectures for class groups of elementary schools, of high schools, and so on. And my daughter is in elementary school, and yesterday, actually, we were going to the school and we were talking to her grandma, and she told her grandma, Grandma, just imagine, this week we have the Sustainability Week, and this week I am saying to my parents, I want to go to school. You know, I'm not saying I don't want to go. I want to go to school. So teaching really begins there, and it's really good to hear that it has an effect on the youngest generations as well. How can you involve not the youngest generations, but a little bit older generations, or I don't know, like university students or so, in initiatives of sustainability in programs? What strategies do you have? Do they count only in terms of education, like raising their awareness, or they can be involved also in how to raise awareness and in how to tackle the problems of sustainability?
Shall I, or Lavi? Please, go ahead.
So first of all, if they get some credits for the programs or the initiatives, they will be at the programs. The other way, at the university, we have a special course called Responsible and Sustainable Company, which is mandatory for every student at the university. So they should be in the classrooms. They should learn about the course about sustainability, and also we have more than 100 courses about directly or indirectly sustainability, like the environmental economics, sustainable tourism, green finance, etc. So our students should learn something about sustainability. It's not about choosing that I want to learn or not. They can get information about sustainability. It's very good part. And also we have in the spring break and the autumn break, we have special courses for 2 or 3 day courses called intensive courses. They get some credits for the courses, but in 2 days they can learn intensively something about sustainability. In the last week there was more than 6 or 7 courses directly about sustainability, and it was full of students. So if they get something for the knowledge, they can learn.
Shall I continue? Okay. So I would emphasize the importance of this step, because this is a step when you empower your students to have the knowledge about the sustainability. It is crucial because, just according to my experience, I'm there to speak about something when I have enough information, when I have enough knowledge about the topic. So I guess this is the first crucial step. And after that, you, the students, will be there enough to speak up for the sustainability. So it is very important. And I would give tangible examples because I really like the examples from the real life, what we do in this field. For instance, in last year, in the framework of the Sustainability Week, the Green Week at the Esztergom Catholic University, we organized a hackathon for the students. And the framework of that, we had a game. It was a play about they have the opportunity to establish a green NGO. And we used the tool of gamification, and it was very successful because they learned a lot. They also learned other aspects of sustainability. So I guess that we have to find a way how we can make them motivate to deal with this topic. It is a very important step, I guess, to make them interested in this topic and empower them with sufficient knowledge to be there enough to talk about this topic.
Yeah, so the motivation is the most important factor of that. So not speaking about the credits, but we have a lot of student organizations and we can build on them. So we try to motivate them to do the sustainable initiatives. So we give them more points in accreditation if they do something for sustainability. And it's more points if they impact others, not just themselves. So yeah, I think if we can motivate them somehow and not just doing for, they say nothing, it's not enough. So we have to do something for appreciate their initiatives.
At our university, I think the key word is the gamification, because playing and being in a competition is a nice thing for the people, and not just for the students, for the staff member as well. They participate in these initiatives and programs as well. We developed a program called Sustainable Adventure Tour, and it's about, we have 10 stations from waste to biodiversity, till water, and the groups have to just discuss about these topics and just make some small game and resolve some problems. And after them, we discuss all of these things, and we have some things we show them the problems with different things, demonstrate, as I say, demonstrate the problems, and I think that these are very nice to them, because it's more easier to understand these sustainability problems, and they participate, and not in a long time, just in a short time, in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, they understand the main topics, the main problems, and they can just resolve a problem in a short way, answer, and just exchange the thoughts also in that topic. Or for example, we opened the reuse center at the university campus, so the students, the staff can just bring the different stuff what they don't need anymore, but maybe other people need them, and they exchange, and we can just prolong the life cycle, the life of this stuff, and it's a very important initiative at our university as well. And we did also online challenges as well, or we opened the laboratories, and I think it's another important thing at the university, open the laboratories for the students as well, for the staff member, and for other university colleagues and other school members, little school members as well, because in this way they will understand what one research group do, what a university do, and what is this about, all these research activities are about.
Yes, so it's communication again, so to say, to communicate what is happening behind the walls and how it contributes to reach those goals, which are important or not, but you know, the goals there are. Good. Motivation is surely a key factor in courses as well, in the Hungarian online course as well. We have been discussing with page colleagues, with you, with the contributors to that course, how to make it more motivating. And even in the online course in GreenMetric, every year there's the question how to lower the drop-offs and so on. So yeah, motivation is important, and after a while, hopefully, everything comes from inside for the students. All right, a last question, so to say. Do you think that universities can be real change makers? Is there more talking or doing? Yeah, can they be change makers, in your opinion?
We have to.
I can start if you want. Because
okay, so you can start.
I have never started. I just started with the questions. In my opinion, we are lucky to be at the universities, because at the universities there is the knowledge, and there is also the possibility to turn this knowledge into practice and to spread this knowledge. So there are the researches, well, in each university, in a certain sense, there are researches in certain fields, maybe not in all the fields, but research is important too. So the science is there, and you have to find ways to communicate the science, but you can have the results and the knowledge reach the outside world too, and to transfer this knowledge into practical solutions. So I think I would say universities can be change makers. It does not depend only on universities, of course, because the world around us, the countries, governments, higher level stuff, but still, I'm optimistic, but maybe I'm too optimistic of a kind, you know.
No, I think so. We have to be change makers. So the university is a platform for transformation. So we have to give the students the opportunity to not just learn here, but to get all the abilities, capabilities, attitudes, behavior options, which you can try after that, and you can be the change agents for these sustainability approaches. So we have to do that, I think so. We cannot do that in another way than just being a change maker in this field. So we not just follow the rules, but also doing something new, something creative, something innovative, and yeah, to have our students more open-minded to all these fields.
Yeah, so I totally agree with Kata. So we have to. We must, maybe, let us say, because at the university we don't just have the opportunity to teach the students and reach the youth. but we have the opportunity that through this kind of activities to change the mindset, to shape the mindset of the society regarding sustainability. And it is a large responsibility on our shoulders, I guess. But we have to manage this. I'm pretty sure that it is a mission for the universities to support this green transition of the world. So in a very brief, yes, we must be change makers in this field.
I agree also. So we must just be a role model in our region. Because we have this responsibility to have through the science to achieve all these goals, and the key word which is comes into my mind is this role model that a university has to be.
I think we are change makers now. We not just have to be. We are able to make menus for our students with many sustainability initiatives. Choose one, choose the other one what you like and do it. So our responsibility with that just to make the platform available and help for the colleagues from Page. They are started to use the university platform for sustainability, and we are together with 16 universities. We can share our knowledge. There was a conference in a couple of months. We share our knowledge, we share our best practices. So every university took the best one which is fit for them and show them to the students. As I counted it, we can represent now at least 80,000 students with our 5 universities, approximately. And with the math, we are representing or covering 200,000 university students. If we can learn from each other and spread the knowledge to our students, it will be a change making, and now it's a change making.
Thank you. It's a nice last word, I would say, for us to say in this panel discussion. And with this, I would like to give the floor to you, if you have any comments or any experience. Okay. Wow. I saw your hand.
Okay, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. My name is Vikanur Sabrina. I am the delegate from Indonesia, especially from Indonesia and Open University. Well, my university, which is Indonesian Open University, is one of the biggest online learning university in our country, and we do have an online learning system. And that's being a problem about the sustainability, how we attempt sustainability in our university, because we barely meet each other. So may I have your perspective or maybe your opinion about how can higher education institution in Indonesia can effectively integrate sustainable into our curriculum, especially considering some challenge like a lack of awareness, also an online learning system that's applied in my university. Well, that's all from me. Thank you so much.
So maybe how to integrate in the curriculum, you mean, yeah? So maybe, as I mentioned, this challenge-based learning. So you can also do that at home. So for example, we have one of the challenges that you should measure for 1 week all your trash. So you can also do that at home, and there are a lot of opportunities to do that. So I think so if you can somehow have these kind of challenges in different topics, it also can be one solution. But it's just one solution, so maybe you have some other ideas.
Yeah, I think to be a university student is not about the learning and the lecturing. It's about the partying, everything. Just to be your community. Online could be good, but I think in person is better. So that's why I think to our students to be in the university by person, it's a good thing just to be in the community. And the other way, there is some extracurricular ways to learn. At Szeged, you are using the Coursera courses. So there are a lot of free or not so expensive courses about sustainability, but you can learn by personally and by community or by the online university, which could provide some Coursera courses. It could be good to integrate the sustainability in the curriculum.
Just if I can add a short thing. For example, at our university, we produced 2 documentaries about sustainability, climate change, and about these things. And we involved students as well. And I think it's a very good thing also that doing something that you can just plan online and then just realize in person, then it can be a good thing also.
And I also have a comment here. There are these new kind of courses, these molecular-based courses, if you are familiar with that you start from the beginning, and the material is, you go on a certain path, and if you already have a background knowledge, then you can skip certain steps in the material. It's online, and it's a short little, like 5-10 minutes of materials for each time. So, well, it's kind of a new way of building up lectures and courses, like semesters. And it kind of adjusts to today's Twitter and whatever, world. And this can be maybe a good idea. Instead of having 190 minutes of lectures and so on, have these small items that you can even skip if you are already familiar with. Yeah, that might be an idea. Sorry, I saw one hand over there, so I bring it there now, and then I go around for like 5 or 10 more minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Daoud Davletov. I am a delegate from Turkmenistan, especially students of the Turkmen Agriculture University. So you mentioned that the school children needed to study sustainability at schools. So I just want to hear your opinion. At what grade school children need to start learning sustainability? It's first question. And the second question, if we start to shoot videos or cartoons which are focusing on sustainability, will it work out or not? Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat the second one?
So for children, if we start to shoot videos or cartoons that are focused on sustainability, will it work out? Because children are watching some unnecessary movies. They're not teaching exactly sustainability and the future knowledge that is going to be applicable for the better future. And will it work out or not? Thank you.
So I would start to answer the first question. So as soon as possible. So for in our case, as I mentioned, our Erasmus Plus project focusing on raising the awareness of the pupils at the elementary school, we have a dedicated program for the first grade students as well. It is all about the sustainability, but we have to use different methodologies, of course, to teach them. And we find a good way how to talk about this topic to them. So I guess, very briefly, as soon as possible. To answer another question, to be honest, I didn't try to apply cartoons during this kind of work. But what we use is a board game, for instance. So in the framework of another project, we developed a board game focusing on the questions of sustainability. And you can imagine that as a giant table. And the children are the players. We have a very, very large dice, what they can use, and they have to ask, they have to respond questions, and if they provide good answers, they can go forward. So this is what we tried in practice, but this is a very good idea, and this is why we need you, the youth, to bring such kind of innovative ideas. So thank you so much for the question.
Just one short answer. I have a daughter. When she was 3 years old, I bought a book for her about quantum mechanics. So we should somehow translate to their level the sustainability. For the 3 years old, the sustainability is about the trees and everything else to protect the earth. For our university students, the CSRD reporting and the ESG reporting, it's another level of sustainability. So you should find the perfect level for that age and start it as soon as possible.
Thank you. Maybe, sorry, one last question.
Hello. I think I'm too short to ask a question, to raise your hand. So, my name is Nur Anissa binti Syaiful Naim from Faculty of Forestry and Environment, University Putra Malaysia. So, I have a two short question. Many of here is represent to student leaders at our respective university. How can we extend the integration of sustainability lifestyle beyond the campus and into the wider community? And second is, universities have a varying capacity when it comes to implementing sustainability. Sorry, I'm nervous. So some of have ample funding, while others have a tight budget. So how can we all work toward the sustainability collectively, even the limited resource? Thank you.
So it is a very complex question, and I'm not pretty sure the right person to respond all parts of that. But regarding to finance, so I'm really in a really difficult situation because I'm not aware of your funding system. To be honest, I'm aware of the European Union, the system. So because here in Europe, for instance, there are dedicated funds for NGOs, for involving youth NGOs, and they can apply for funds to support and implement their initiatives in the field of sustainability. So, for instance, it could be a good idea, good way of solution to establish an NGO. And I'm pretty sure that as a legal entity, because NGOs are a legal entity all over the world, you could have more financial opportunities. This is the only tip what I could give you, because I'm not aware in the details of your supporting system.
I think the easiest way just to find 2 or 3 of yourself and start to discuss about sustainability. Find the biggest problems at the university and start to find the solution. And after that, you can find the problem, you can find the solution, you can find the financial aid from the university, I'm sure.
Okay. Thank you for all the questions and your interest. And apologies again if some questions were not asked. You can continue the discussions, I'm sure. Some of the panelists will be with us today, still tonight as well, I mean at the dinner as well. And I would like to thank very much the representatives of these Hungarian institutions, members of the Hungarian Sustainability Platform for Hungarian Universities, and for all the panel discussion. It was really fruitful again, so I hope you find it like that too. Now, thank you so much. Some practical information again on what is going to happen. The next step is going to be that I'm going to ask you to come down with us in front of the building. We are going to do a small environmental activity. You will see what, okay?